It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, April 26, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is lovely to be here on a lovely Wednesday in New York City. Just trying to get comfortable in my chair. All is good in the hood. I am very excited about today's episode, my friends. Monday was very fun. We've got another great one coming up for you, and we love Wednesdays here on the program because that's when we shoot. We shoot from the hip. I suspect this will be a very, very fun episode of the show. And as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but a little outfit called the UFC as well. If you haven't done so yet, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. And please do use the code TheMMAHour when you sign up. Again, that's code TheMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. And that lets them know we sent you. And that is very important. Big weekend coming up in combat sports. Once again, you got the UFC back in action and a mammoth bare knuckle fighting championship event headlined by four very familiar faces. We're going to get to that on today's program and a whole lot more. Back end of the show, we'll make our picks for this weekend. Parlay Pals, or boys, according to Juliana Pena, back in action. And we'll let you know what we're thinking. Also, GC will weigh in with his picks, so stay tuned for that. The founder, chairman, and CEO of One Championship, Chatri Sityodtong, will join us in studio once again. He was here in October, and in that interview, I was asking him about when One Championship will finally come to the United States. Well, we now know the answer. One Fight Night 10 on Prime Video, going down May 5th in Broomfield, Colorado, the First Bank Center, the exact same venue, by the way, which will be hosting the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championships card this Saturday. They're going there next Friday for the card headlined by Demetrius Johnson versus Adriano Moraes Trois. We had DJ last Wednesday in studio. We'll talk to the CEO today in studio at around 3:15. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Jared Gordon at around 2:50. Obviously, Bobby Green on the program on Monday. Very outspoken about what happened Saturday night in Las Vegas with the clash of heads. We'll get Jared Gordon's side of the story at 2:50. At 2:15, we're going to be joined by Luke Rockhold and Mike Perry at the same time for a virtual face-to-face. Myself, Luke, Platinum, ahead of their main event this Saturday, BKFC 41, Platinum Perry versus Luke Rockhold. This is going to be bananas. And like I said in the past, I've been a little iffy on the BK stuff. I'm all in on this one, in large part because I know the four guys very well. Co-main, the return of the Underground King, Kensington's own, I should say, Eddie Alvarez going up against Chad Money Mendez. I mean, this is big-time stuff, so I'm looking forward to that face-to-face. Should be a lot of fun. The last time they faced off was in person just a couple of weeks ago in Colorado. Platinum Perry put a booger on Luke Rockhold's beautiful jacket. A little bit, felt like a bit too much if you're asking me, but we'll get their sides of the story. At around 2:15, at around 1:30, on the nose, your questions, all that and more. So stay tuned for that. Also, today's program brought to you by our good friends over at Squarespace. I will tell you more about them and my very good friends over at BetterHelp, who, as I told you on Monday, so very proud to be on their team and that they're on this team now. Love everything that they're about, and I hope that you will check them out, and I will tell you more about BetterHelp throughout today's episode. A few weeks ago, New York Rick told me that his number one most desired guest on the program, for me to go out and get on the program, is our first guest of the day. Blown away by his fan base, by his reach, by his popularity. And I have to say, after doing a deep dive into him, I'm all in as well. A very captivating young man who has taken the influencer boxing world by storm. Some know him as Busta Breezy. Others know him as Salt Papi. Others know him as a 2-0 pro boxer, 1-0 as an amateur who has dynamite in both hands. The pride of Philippines, the man who will be fighting against one Anthony Pretty Boy Taylor on the May 13th Misfits boxing card on DAZN. That's not this coming weekend. The one after that, that's the one headlined by KSI versus Joe Fournier. He might be the most feared man in the influencer boxing scene, maybe even more so than KSI and Jake Paul and Logan Paul combined. We're talking about the one and only, the inimitable, the incomparable. What a great honor it is to say hello to Salt Papi. There he is.
Hello, hello, sir. Hello, sir. Finally, nice to meet you, Ariel. Thank you for inviting me to your show.
Wow, this is a great honor for me, Salt Papi. And what should I say? Salt? Should I say Papi? Should I say Busta? Nathaniel? What am I calling you?
Just call me Nathan.
Nathan? Oh, wow, I get the Nathan? Because for most people, I hear you say Busta or Salt. I get Nathan.
Yeah, just call me my real name.
Wow, respect, my man. All right, this is very exciting. I got my guy New York Rick on the show here. He's a gigantic fan of yours. All he does is talk to me about you and sends me your videos, you running and doing all this stuff with the salt and all that. This is crazy. It's great to have you on. So, and you're killing it, and you're fighting May 13th. But if you don't mind, I don't want to assume that the entire audience here knows about your story. So if you don't mind, could we go back to the beginning? You're from the Philippines and you moved to the UK when you were 13 years old, right?
That's right. Yeah.
And when you moved to the UK, you don't really know a lot of English. You kind of keep to yourself.
I didn't know how to speak English. It was very hard for me to fit in. And exactly what you said, it is very hard, and I had to learn from the start.
Why did your family move from the Philippines to the UK?
Just for better opportunities, jobs, for us,
Okay, so you moved
better
over
opportunities for the future. Yeah.
Were you an athlete as a kid?
No, I wasn't. I was obese.
You were obese.
Yeah, I was obese. But our main favorite sport in the Philippines is basketball.
Yeah.
And boxing, of course. Yeah.
Right, because of Manny Pacquiao. I heard basketball is gigantic over there, like Eric Spoelstra.
My basketball, when I was growing up, I always wanted to be a basketball player. So I can still play basketball. So.
Wow. Who was your guy? Who did you try to emulate? Who's your favorite?
I watch a lot of Filipino basketball player back in the days. But then when I got into UK, I had access to YouTube, started watching guys like Michael Jordan.
Sure.
LeBron James, yeah,
of course,
those guys.
Yeah, I've heard of them. Okay, so now you're starting to get acclimated to your new surroundings. You're obviously learning how to speak English. When do you start to post videos? You've become a TikTok star. You're on all the platforms, but it seems like TikTok is your biggest one. When did you start to dabble in that world?
I started making TikTok videos about a year and a half.
That's it.
I was just dancing. Yeah, I've been dancing for about maybe 10 plus years.
Dancing where?
I was just dancing in my bedroom, dancing in the street. I was a street dancer. So I was posting street dancing on TikTok, making dance tutorials. And blew up, started doing the fake run. I saw somebody do it, but I did it better. And then I started doing the salting the food.
Yes.
And then I just blew up from that copying Salt Bay. And yeah, now I'm here doing boxing out of nowhere. Yeah.
Okay, and we'll get to the boxing in a second, but the fake running thing is incredible. We're showing it right now. How did you learn how to do this? It actually really looks like you're running, and it's mesmerizing. I can't stop watching it.
And I saw somebody on TikTok doing it. It was a trend. So I tried to imitate it, and then I just did it better. I kept doing it, and I just went viral from it.
And then you're doing this other thing where we're showing it right now as well. You're eating the hamburger, and you're putting the salt, and you're going like this, and you're making love to the salt. It seems like this is you just doing it like that. You're just like
it's just jokes, making parody of Salt Bay.
It's crazy. And when these start to blow up, what are you thinking? Are you blown away by the reaction to these videos?
I mean, when I started going viral, it means that people love it, so I kept doing it.
Yeah.
And I went from that to here now.
And where did you come up with the name Salt Papi?
The people gave it to me on the comments.
Wow, they gave it to you, and
Yeah,
if the people give you a name, you got to run with it.
I just run with it, man.
Okay, so it's only been a year and a half, and okay, so
Yeah.
relatively new. A year ago, you make your amateur boxing debut. How did the whole boxing thing start? Like, who reaches out to you and offers you, a guy who doesn't look like, as you said, you weren't an athlete, you don't look like a boxer, right? At first glance, how does that start?
Yeah. So because I was going viral on TikTok, one event called Showstar invited me to participate into this boxing event. Back then, I was still working my normal job. I wasn't a full time social media influencer, so I couldn't at that time. But then, as I was like blowing up even more on social media, I quit my job, and I decided to finally, okay, I'll do the boxing. Let me have a go at it, because I used to hit the bags like back in the days, like just like just hit the bags in the gym, and yeah, I just went for it. Started training in the basketball court, sparring with other basketball player, because I play basketball a lot. And then from there, I won, and then people like the way I fight.
Okay. Before we,
And
I don't want to go too fast. When they reach out to you, do you think this is crazy? I mean, it's like very nerve wracking to fight another person in a boxing match. Were you like, nah, this is not for me? What did you initially think?
I mean, I'm always into boxing. Like growing up, I watched Manny Pacquiao a lot. I've also had a couple of like street fighting when I was young.
You were
So
street fighting?
yeah, back in school, people used to call
Come.
me fat, and
Oh,
I got
really?
mad.
You
Got
look like
mad.
such a nice man. I mean, you're a young kid. Why are you fighting other people?
I know when you get bullies, you have to fight back. You have
That's
to
right.
like protect yourself.
That's a good
Can
point.
let them like bully you. Yeah.
What did your parents think when you told them you were going to box for the first time?
I mean, I didn't really, nothing really. I didn't like it much. He just supported. My dad supported me. He helped me train. So my dad doesn't know anything about boxing. So, but
So,
I taught him using we watched like YouTube tutorials. So
is it true you taught yourself how to box initially by watching YouTube?
yeah, I told myself just but like 2 weeks before the Showstar event, I had a coach approach me called his name is Solomon, and from there I started having a coach.
Okay.
But at the beginning, I was just like training myself.
So last year when you take this fight, we're approaching 1 year anniversary, May 3rd of this first fight, the exhibition fight. How old are you?
I was 27.
27. And what was the job that you quit?
I was a nurse.
You were a nurse. Wow.
Yeah, I work. I used to work in a mental health hospital.
Love that.
So yeah,
And how was that job?
yeah,
Did you enjoy it?
yeah. It's very challenging,
Yeah.
but it's very rewarding. Yeah,
How long were you there for?
I was there for 5 years.
So was like the thinking for you, like, this is going to be your life? You're going to work in the medical world. You're going to work with mental health patient. Like, was that what you were thinking your future was going to be, or did you have other dreams?
I mean, I always wanted to become a dancer. Because I've been dancing for 10 plus years. I joined a lot of dance competition back in the days,
Wow.
but I just never just never got into myself there. So I got into boxing, and I like started winning. So this must be it.
Did you dance on the streets and stuff like that?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Like asking
Yeah,
for
a
money and all
lot.
that?
No. I didn't go that far. No,
Okay, just dancing, just performing.
just performing. Yeah, for
Okay.
videos.
Okay. And so then you take the fight, you win the fight, very impressive fashion. Are you
Yeah.
surprised at how well you did?
I was very surprised at how fast I was compared to the other fighter.
Yeah. How
Yeah.
how long did it take to finish him? Halal Ham.
I mean, we fought with 16-ounce gloves, 3 rounds.
Yeah.
So it was it was I won by decision.
Okay, you won by decision that one. Yes, that's right. I see it right
Yeah.
here. Then you get signed to Misfits and you fight on the August card. How does that happen?
I got signed by promotion called Happy Punch Promotion.
Okay.
After the Soul Star event, they contacted me and said they want to sign me, and then from there I fought for Misfits. They couldn't find an opponent for me. I don't know, because probably I wasn't known enough. Like, nobody wants to fight me. Everybody's scared.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
So
Trust me, we're gonna get to that. Don't worry. So they couldn't find. They got a guy named Andy Worski.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah,
So you're not signed to Misfits.
I am signed to Misfits now. Yeah.
Oh, you are signed. Okay, so what happened? So Happy Punch signed you initially, and then what happened? How did you get to Misfits?
No. I have multi-fight deal with Misfits.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. And so when they reach out to you, like when it's KSI and Mams Taylor reaching out to you, are you shocked that, wow, now like he's the guy, right? I mean, he's the face of all of this in the UK. Are you blown away by how big this is getting?
Not really. I'm just the same. I don't feel anything different.
All
I
right.
don't feel anything different.
You're just
I don't
here.
wanna,
You don't
like,
get excited about anything?
No, I don't really get excited. No,
Wow.
I just want to like.
Not even when Manny
don't get
Pacquiao is
excited
giving
about
you a shout out? That doesn't excite you?
Yeah. That did excite me. Yeah, because he's my idol. I watched him, and I can't wait to meet him in the future.
And I see you're even getting love back home, right? Like, didn't you meet the mayor of your city back home in the Philippines?
Yeah, I did. It's crazy.
This is crazy,
I never
man.
expected. Like because on the last time I went back to Philippines was like 6 years, and then I came back like 2 months ago, and it's crazy. Yeah,
You're a big star over there?
everybody knows me. Yeah, it looks like, yeah.
How do you handle that? I mean, a year and a half ago, you're working as a nurse, making videos about hamburgers and salt, and now you're going home and you're a huge star.
Starting to get used to it.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Starting to get used to it, huh? You have like a whole team surrounding you, assistant, everything like that, manager?
No, I got only got my brothers, my dad,
Nice.
my coach.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about it.
What about, a lot of people sliding in the DMs, trying to get a piece of you? How's that going?
I just ignored them.
You just ignore them. You don't want any of that. You're focused.
I'm focused, yeah.
Okay, so you win the fight in August, and then you come back and you fight Josh Bruckner, who looks like a model, who I think is some kind of like IG model. Compared to you, I mean, he's all ripped, and you've got the everyman's body, and you freaking starch him as well. And now all of a sudden, I feel like
so Josh Bruckner, this he was an ex-professional MMA fighter.
Okay.
So nobody wanted to fight this guy as well.
And you took him.
Like and I took him out. Yeah.
Were you nervous before
I didn't
that
want to
one?
fight him. I didn't want to fight him at the start because his advantage is too big. He's like too tall. He's too heavy. He looks so muscly and he has like the reach. It's too much for me. But then I took him out. Like I was. I don't know how it happened. Like, how did I do it? Like, I was telling myself, how did I do that?
Were you shocked?
I was shocked. Yeah.
Were you
I
nervous?
didn't expect that to happen. Yeah, definitely. I was very nervous. Yeah.
But to be honest, you don't come across nervous. Like you're dare I say, like cocky in there. You're doing things like the belt thing. It's amazing. You hide it very well.
I mean, before I get into the ring, I get quite nervous. But when I get inside the ring, that's when everything start to fall in. Like I get into my alter ego, and then that's when I work.
What is your alter ego?
Like super confident, like cocky in the ring. You can't touch me. You're so slow. I start talking trash.
Incredible.
Towards my opponent. Yeah.
Do you think it actually helps you, the fact that you don't have like the chiseled physique? So probably your opponents think, oh, this guy's going to be easy. You look young, you're not ripped. And I feel like it works to your advantage. Do you think so?
No, maybe at the beginning of my career when I started fighting, maybe they underestimated me, but now they're really seeing my skills.
Oh yeah.
And my potential. They can really underestimate me.
And how much weight did you lose in the past year because of all of this?
Probably 30 pounds.
30 pounds. Yeah. Now you're fit. I see you doing all the workouts with the weights and your skill. I mean, your technique is very good. The right hook is good. The left hand is good. Your foot movement is good. I mean, this is amazing, and all just from the past year.
Yeah. I watch guys like Shakur Stevenson,
Oh,
Regan Dow,
yeah.
Tank Davis, so Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather. So that's where I get all the skills from.
And this is your life. This is what you do all day, every day.
This is what I'm doing now every day. Train twice a day. I run like every day, lift weights, and then I do my sparring at night.
Is it exhausting?
Very exhausting. I'm always tired, but I gotta do it.
You got to do the work. Yeah, you got to do the work. And where do you live? Do you live with your family?
No, I live with my girlfriend.
Oh, look at you. You got Okay, that's why you ignore the DMs.
Yeah, just ignore the DMs.
But let me ask you, did the girlfriend come after the fame or before the fame?
10 years.
Ah, good job. Well done, Nathaniel.
Yeah.
That's good. That's smart. That's smart. You don't want someone who's a Johnny come lately. You know what I mean?
No. I don't do that.
How does she feel about your newfound fame?
I mean, she's very happy. She's been always there at the very beginning. She always supported me with whatever I want to do in life, and that's why I'm here.
And does she go to your fights?
Yeah.
Okay.
She watches all my fights.
And so now
she massages me before I even go to the fight.
Well, good. That's a keeper right there. That's a keeper. So then you win this fight in January, and everyone's talking about you. I see Ryan Garcia giving you a shout out. Everyone's talking about you.
Yeah.
And it feels, at least to me, correct me if I'm wrong, it feels to me like the other quote-unquote influencers want nothing to do with you. And so because of that, you have to fight one of the fighters. You have to fight Anthony Taylor, former Bellator fighter. Yeah. Is that what happened?
Yeah. This is happening like right now. All the influencers don't want smoke.
They don't want the smoke.
They don't want the smoke.
Why?
That's why I have to fight real fighters.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think they don't want you?
They're just scared, just scared of the my knockout punching power. They don't want to go to sleep. And I also like real challenge. So that's why I'm fighting this guy.
Are you surprised that none of them want you?
I mean, I'll be scared as well if I was if I was them. If I see this guy knocking out Josh Brockner, 6'1" MMA fighter, just like that with one punch, I'll be scared too.
Yeah. Are you and Anthony cool? Because I saw a video of you guys dancing together in the ring. Are you guys buddies?
Yeah. I first met him on Showstar on the first event that I fought in. He's a very cool, nice guy. Yeah.
How do you think
I
that?
always knew. I always knew we were gonna fight in the future.
Why is that?
I always knew it. I just just because he's always there, and this is my way. He's my weight as well.
Yeah.
So I knew he was gonna be my competition.
How do you think that fight plays out?
I think he's gonna get knocked out if he make mistakes.
Oh.
Yeah, the way I think he's the perfect fighter for me because he's forward fighter. He's gonna be swing, and then I'm gonna slow him down, and then boom, he's not gonna see the punch.
Incredible. And so what do you think this fight gets you? Like where do you go from Anthony Taylor if it all works out on May 13th?
Probably, hopefully, like KSI, Jake Paul, or Tommy Fury. But it's always up to them.
Really?
But it's up to them anyway. At the end of the day, yeah.
Well, first of all, so you're signed to Misfits. Is it weird to be calling out like the owner of Misfits, KSI? Is that strange?
No, because I believe KSI likes competition, and he said he will knock out everybody.
Sure, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
What's the dream fight for you?
I don't really care too much. I just want to just keep fighting for now. While I'm healthy, just make as much money and just have fun. Really, I'm just having fun.
Yeah, but do you want to turn this into a legit career? Like at some point, you want to graduate from the influencers and go to the just regular boxers?
I mean, I could always do that. Fight some journeymans and work my way up.
Yeah.
I'll fight this MMA fighters. They're like journeymans, for me. So
what about
not trying to disrespect them, but I feel like I want to take misfits, like boxing as my amateur career, and
see.
then maybe do like fight like in professional, like maybe some journeyman, and then work my way up.
What
I
about
can't fight like Canelo straight away.
no, I don't mean that, but like, is that the goal? I mean, you're relatively young, right? I know you're late 20s now. Is the
Yeah.
goal to eventually just be known as a regular boxer, or does that not interest you?
I mean, it always that depends on the money, like,
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah,
Are they paying you well now?
yeah, very well. Yeah, I'm very happy.
More than what you were making as a nurse?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, all right, nice. Are you one of the highest paid guys?
um, I wouldn't. I'm not too
You
sure.
better
I'm
be.
not too sure.
Let me call up Mams real
Better be.
quick and make sure, because I mean, come on, you're the one who's getting all the attention.
Yeah.
What about Chris Avila? Any interest in him?
I mean, I could fight him in the future as well. Yeah, why not? Yeah,
Feels like Anthony to Chris is kind of like the natural progression.
it looks like I'm just gonna be fighting MMA fighters.
Yeah, but then you got the
But
whole
there's another event called Kingpin. I
yeah.
could also like fight the winners of that.
But
So there's a lot of options.
aren't Kingpin and Misfits like aren't they rivals? How can you go over there?
I mean, they could always like negotiate. Like,
Yeah, that's true. Look at you. You're like the biggest star. Everyone wants to work with you. Who would you say is number in the? I was talking about this over the weekend. Someone needs to come out with a pound for pound influencer boxing list. I don't know. Maybe someone has done this. Who would you put as your top 3 pound for pound right now, regardless of weight? Who's up there?
Does include the Tommy Fury or
I don't
it's
know.
a real boxer.
Yeah, I don't put Tommy Fury.
I'll just put Jake Paul first.
Jake Paul first. Okay, who's second?
Let me put KSI because it's like the other misfits.
Okay.
I'll put myself.
You're
I'll
3.
put myself third.
Ah,
Yeah.
I love who wins, Jake or Nate?
Jake or Nate. I feel like Jake Paul is gonna win.
Wow. Who wins?
Yeah.
KSI or Joe Fournier?
KSI. KSI is gonna win.
Who wins? KSI or Jake?
Right now, it feels like Jake has the more boxing experience and boxing skills. Yeah.
Man, they're gonna get mad at you for saying this, but I like it. I appreciate.
No, but like we need to see how KSI goes against Joe Fournier on May 13th, and we will see from that.
Who wins?
Yes,
Jake or Salt Papi?
I'll say Jake for now.
What?
I have to prove myself. They have to accept my fight for them to see it.
That's true. What about you versus KSI?
Like I said, I'll tell them that they will win, but they need to accept the fight.
That's right. That's right. You want that. You're trying to lull them into a false sense of security.
Yeah.
What weight do you fight at?
I'll fight at 185. Back and go down to 170, 175.
Oh, you're right in their weight class. You can make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why they don't want to fight me. Like I'm chubby. Come on, man. They should be able to beat me.
Oh,
they should be able to beat me.
This would be a massive fight. If you fight one of those guys, I feel like I want to be there at this point. Like I'm all in on the Salt Papi craze. This is incredible what you've done.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And what about the glasses? Because I see right after the fight, you put the glasses on. Can you see when you're fighting? Are you wearing contacts?
It's slightly blurred. No, I don't wear contacts.
Why not?
So see, I'm fighting slightly blurred. Yeah. I need to get eye laser surgery, so they have all the advantage.
But why don't you wear contacts?
No. It's not allowed to wear contacts because it might come out.
Okay, why don't you
damage my eye?
All right, so why don't you wear why don't you get surgery so you're not fighting blurry eyed?
Yeah, I'll get it after May 13th.
Oh, you are going to do that?
Yeah, I will get it. Yeah.
I kind of feel like it's part of your charm that you put the glasses on. You train with the glasses.
Sometimes I really want to see like their face when they're fighting me. I want to see like how they're reacting, and because I can see it's blurred.
That's crazy, and you're still knocking them out.
Yeah, still knocking them out. Yeah.
What's been the best thing to happen to you this past year, given all the buzz and the love that you've received and all the attention? What do you think has been the best byproduct of all of this?
Going back to my hometown, being known, being rewarded by the mayors, like I don't know, really, just gaining a lot of respect. Nothing much. I don't know.
I
I
mean,
don't
this
really
this
know.
has exceeded your wildest dreams, right?
I mean, just all I do now is just boxing, 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 nothing else.
Crazy. Look at
Yeah.
you. You're a star.
Not yet. I don't want to call myself a star,
Okay.
but like
I like this
in the
humble.
future,
I
yeah.
like this humble version of you because when I see you on the clips, you're like doing all the things, which I love as well, if I'm being honest. And then you're dancing. I mean, you've got incredible confidence, but this is like a more mild mannered version of you.
Those are just like characters for the videos. So
Got it.
not really like that.
Okay. Do you
Yeah.
like MMA?
Yeah, I do. I would like to get into MMA in the future when the boxing is like finished,
Wow.
nothing else to do. I'll do MMA.
MMA
I got the
fight?
hands already. MMA fight, yeah.
Isn't it weird that there hasn't been any like MMA influencer stuff? It's all just been boxing. Why do you think that is?
I'm not too sure. I'm not. Somebody has to start one. Like
Maybe you could be the guy.
maybe I don't know. Maybe Misfits can start another like fighting company.
Who was
Like
your
MMA, yeah.
yeah, that would be incredible. Who is your favorite MMA fighter?
John Jones.
John Jones, legend.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
what about the accusations from people saying that you actually had amateur fights before all of this? That you're a lot better than.
That's a lie. That's a lie, man.
It's a lie.
I think they just don't want to like give me all the credit because I train so hard for all my fights. I've been training nonstop for like year and a half, and yeah, I think they don't want to give me the credit.
Okay, man, it sounds like
Yeah,
haters.
yeah, sounds like it is to me.
Yeah, yeah. You've never had a fight before that one against Ham last year. That was your first fight of any
That's
kind.
it. Most of the time, I'm just like sparring kids in the basketball court. That's it.
Gloves or no gloves?
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
No, I know.
16-ounce gloves.
16-ounce
16
gloves.
ounce gloves. Yeah.
Could you imagine
Yeah. With headgear.
you and Manny on the same card? Could you imagine that in
That would be
Manila?
crazy. I think he's planning to fight again in the future exhibition, and I think he wants me to be the co-main.
Wow, could you
That would
imagine
be
that?
great.
You co-main with Manny Pacquiao in Philippines?
Yeah, yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That would be the dream.
That would be the dream come true. Yeah,
You versus KSI in the co-main?
if KSI wants it, like it all depends to them.
How many rounds he last? 2, 3?
Say 3 rounds. Yeah,
3 rounds you knock him out. Could you imagine you knock out KSI? You're
it's
the
gonna
first.
be I think when they fight me, it's gonna be like a chess match.
Hmm.
They're not gonna like they're not gonna charge on me. They know what I can do.
I would love to see you fight Logan Paul because I feel like the contrast in your, he's big, tall guy, all that. He's a little bigger than you.
Yeah.
I think you can stop him.
I think so too. Yeah, but they don't want the smoke. Like I said,
You've tried.
I tried that. They don't think I'm like this big enough, like huge star. But I am the like. If you take away KSI or Jake Paul, I think I'm like the face of Misfits.
Yeah. What about Dylan Dennis? He doesn't fight.
Yeah, yeah, but he doesn't want to fight. I don't
Sure,
think he
yeah.
wants to fight me.
Or you or
Yeah.
anyone.
Yeah, not really anyone. I have to like I have to like talk with my management and see if it's the right fight.
All right. So May 13th, you return to action against Anthony Pretty Boy Taylor, 4-round fight. Is this what weight is it?
185.
185, Misfits 7 on DAZN pay-per-view. What is the gear going to be?
It's gonna be 10-ounce gloves.
No, like what are you going to wear? What are the shorts going to look like? What is like the walkout, the robe, all that? Have you figured it out? You always come with fresh stuff.
It's gonna be similar to what I wore on my last fight, like
Yeah.
those gladiator shorts. Yeah,
What's
gonna be walking.
what's tattooed on your knuckles?
Fear God.
Fear God. You fear God?
Yeah.
Wait, so
That's the only.
FEARGOD. What's on the pinky then?
Oh no, there's nothing. It's just a cross in the middle on my
there it is.
knuckle.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Incredible. And all right, so you're going to beat him, and then are you hoping to fight again this year after this one?
Yep. Just keep fighting. just have fun, just enjoy the moment, and yeah, man.
All right. What do you want to say to all your supporters? A lot of people are very excited that you're on the show today.
Yeah, I just want to thank my dad, my brothers, my coach for helping me train, my girlfriend for supporting me all the time, and make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel, Salt Papi.
All right. Can we get a little of this? Can we get something like a little? Oh, there it is. There. Oh, yes.
Come on. Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh. You are, I think they call you the Riz God, the kids.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I'm not sure.
No.
I don't know about it. No.
Much respect to you, Busta,
Thank you,
Nathaniel, Salt, all those things. You're doing great things. You're an inspiration to a lot of young kids. Keep it up and good luck to you on May 13th.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All the best. There he is, the one and only Salt Papi. Incredible. How about that? Big time star. Do you see what he did over there, guys? He went like this.
Pretty awesome. Yeah. I mean, what a weak imitation that was.
I mean, can you do it?
No one can do it. It's incredible.
Oh, look at you with the old school Matumbo.
Sorry. I mean, you guys were already planning the series for the
listen,
Celtics. Still
I'm happy.
here, though.
I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you.
Celtics minus 900 last night.
Yeah.
Hold that L for me. Shout out. Head back to Atlanta. Joe's nervous.
Yeah, tell Joe.
I mean, Joe's nervous.
Yeah, I'm definitely nervous.
I don't blame you.
You force a game 7, anything can happen. Trey can drop 50 on your head.
I'm more disappointed than nervous.
Sounds like my dad. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Let it all out.
What does New York Rick think about that? I mean, I booked that for him.
All interview. He was.
What do you think, Rick? You're his biggest fan.
Legendary performance. I mean, we love a humble king, don't we?
He is humble. I was expecting a little more shit talk out of Salt Papi.
You can see it in the ring. The switch gets flipped, and then we get the bruiser that we get in the ring. But yeah,
I mean, before one of his
seems like a
fights,
very chill dude.
One of his opponents was like talking mad shit, and he was just like, "I let my hands do the talking in the ring. I don't need to waste my time up here."
I think he's. I think it's all kind of an act where he's trying to like lull people in, right? He's trying to trick them.
He said the thing about Jake Paul and KSI. He's like, "Look, I'm chubby. Why don't you guys want to take this fight? Just take this fight." He's trying to get them. He's trying to get them to get on the hook. He seems to be the guy who's willing to fight the MMA fighters, the dudes with a little bit more experience, when everybody else is kind of scared to do that.
How good is he? Honestly, how good is he?
I think, like, I don't want to overdo it. Like, obviously, I'm enjoying his run, but like, he's the best influencer boxer. That's where I'd put it.
He's the best.
And we saw Ryan Garcia say that as well. So
he's better than Jake and KSI.
Yeah, he's a better boxer. Yeah.
That's a big statement.
Is it?
I don't know. I mean, I think so. You're more into this world than I am, to be honest.
I mean, we're talking about like the fundamentals of it and the style of it. It's not necessarily like, to his point, like he hasn't done it yet, right? Like they're headlining cards. It depends on what you are looking for. But in terms of like boxing, yeah, he's the guy.
Do you believe that he's had fights before?
And now I'm discounting guys like Hasim Rahman. Like,
I don't
discounting
count
actual boxers.
Even Tommy too. I don't think Tommy's an influencer boxer. But do you believe that he's done this before, like prior to last year?
I mean, I don't know. He looks pretty good. I'm gonna just take his word for it.
He's great.
Somebody has to find the receipts on that. Somebody has to show me that he's done it before.
The fun thing about it is he doesn't look like a boxer, right? The body, the glasses, and then he goes in there and he's freaking starching guys. The right hand, the left hand, the movement.
But remember how haphazardly this all kind of came together for him, a year and a half ago. Now he's not doing his nursing job anymore, training twice a day, he said. So maybe the physique changes a little bit. Maybe he comes in a little more in shape.
Sure. No, you could tell it's gone better, but still, he doesn't have like a six pack or anything. He doesn't need to. Haven't we
said part of the appeal?
Who said this recently? Like the perfect male body for fighting. Who said it? Someone said. Who were we talking about recently? That the perfect male body isn't actually ripped. Was it when we were talking about John Jones?
I was gonna say it might have been about John Jones.
Could be.
We were talking about the heavyweights, right? And we were talking about like Cain Velasquez and all the dudes, especially at heavyweight. Like none of them had. I don't know. We were talking about this with someone. Anyway, he's a lot of fun. I'll be watching. May 13th. And like I said, I did a deep dive on his TikTok and all that stuff. And I was like, this guy's really entertaining. I have to admit, he's very likable. Makes you want to root for him. And I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but he does have skills. Like look him up. You watch him box. Skills. When I say skills, like Eric said, like we're not talking about, Errol Spence or Terrence Crawford here, but for a guy who only has 2 quote unquote pro fights, you can see he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's throwing, how to throw, how to move, all that stuff. And he's definitely, possessing a lot of power. More to come. Mike Perry, Luke Rockhold. For now, though, I want to tell you about our good friends over at Squarespace. They are supporting today's edition of On the Nose. They are the all-in-one platform for building your brand and growing your business online. Let us answer some questions now. Thanks to our good friends over at Squarespace. Use the code MMA Hour when you check out for 10%. Time now for everyone's 10% off. That is favorite segment of the week. It is time
for a good old-fashioned
Doing all right there?
MMA fans.
And an exasperated sigh earlier. I got a little concerned.
Ladies
When?
and gentlemen, the moment
Yeah,
has
prior
arrived
to the ad read.
hear from the man
This is
himself,
a lot.
Ariel Helwani.
Just trying to survive.
The headphones.
From the Box Studios in beautiful
Wow, how about
New
this?
York
Per
City,
SBJ.
it's On the Nose. And now, to answer your questions, get out of your seats and
Tank
on
Davis,
your
Ryan
feet
Garcia
because
did
here
1.2
is
million buys.
Ariel
Who's the guy that said it was going to do over 1 million? I said it was going to do over 1 million. I think a couple of those guys back there scoffed at that notion. 1.2 million buys and a gate for $22.8 million. $22.8 million. New York Rick?
Is that domestic buys?
That's domestic buys.
Impressive.
Define
but as I
buys.
said,
Pay-per-view buys. Imagine how many more people
what did
watched
Frank
it.
say?
And he said define buys.
Oh, no, that's not how this works, Frank. But yeah, as I said, leading into the week, you could feel it. You could definitely feel it. Wasn't shocked.
1.2 million buys in today's day and age. $22.8 million gate, 5th highest in Nevada history. Wow.
I believe Connor released, he posted his check for, what was it? The second Dustin fight, the first Dustin fight? I don't remember, but I remember that being somewhere in the 1.3 range. 1.2 is a massive number. It's
and again,
impressive.
Showing the world, you give the people the fights that they want, big business follow suit. So congratulations to everyone involved. Showtime to Zone, because they're a part of that number as well. And Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis, that's incredible. Golden Boy, PBC, everyone involved. Mayweather. Let's get to the questions. Matt Mo, bonjour, Lord Ariel. No question this week. Rather, I want to express my genuine concern for the health of the MMA Hour crew, Frank in particular. What is going on here? It has come to my attention that the whole team has been over-consuming the popular Prime hydration drink. Yes, that is correct. If you read the back of the bottle, it clearly states, do not exceed more than 1 serving per day. Yet Frank is drinking at least 3 a day. Ariel is drinking them daily. GC, Andy, Alex, Joe, and Rink are all habitually partaking as well. Even though Prime contains 0 sugar, the artificial sweeteners used in it, specifically acesulfame, potassium, and sucralose, have real dangers and side effects. Please look into it and lower your consumption immediately. I do also hope you are not taking these home and giving it to your children, as also says, not intended for anyone under 18. These are not health drinks. Stay safe and God bless. Whoa. What do you make of that, Frank?
Great at parties.
What do you make of this?
Have you looked at that bottle of Jack Daniels lately?
I mean, come on.
I just want to correct the record. I've never had a sip of Prime in my entire life.
Good for you.
Wow.
Good
Take
for
your
you.
Wow.
I'm gonna drink
wanna-
2 just to spite you.
Yeah, make sure.
I
you
mean,
give,
I know,
good
but this
speeches at our
this
funerals, dude.
Wow.
This
Jeez
person,
Louise.
I know that all these people, Andy, this and that, he doesn't know nothing. I haven't had a sip of Prime.
Are
Never
you holding
tasted
out?
the
Like,
stuff.
why? Because they don't pay you? They don't pay you enough?
Yeah,
It's like the Brock
Can't be
Lesnar
bothered
thing.
to walk
Listen,
to the
I'm
back
waiting
of
for
the
that
studio.
secret juice check from my barber.
That's right.
We're in talks, you know.
Listen, as
We'll
the
figure that
caffeine
out.
hits from the Prime Energy I just drank, my nerves are definitely a little bit riddled right now.
I'm
Are
looking at the
you
bottle right now.
are you
And-
taking it a little bit too far, Frank? Is that
There is a icon of someone on the bottle flexing a giant bicep, and I have reason to believe the more I drink
Gotta be
these, I'm
true,
gonna have
man.
that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait,
pre-show I
does
asked
it-
Frank. I was like, "Do you want a Prime Energy?" And he's just like, "Nah, I got to finish off this bad boy." And he was finishing a Red Bull, so he just went for the normal Prime.
Does it actually say don't drink it if you're under 18?
I've never read that. That's wildly concerning.
That might be
I'm
the
not gonna
English
lie.
one.
Well, it's concerning because I actually have given it to my kids. And by the way, I
Well, yeah, but also don't they market this to kids? That is
Yeah, I don't
what
think-
is
I-
Guys only drink one a day. And
I definitely
drink
don't
if you're
shake
under
it. Do you
18.
guys shake it? I don't
Oh,
shake
yeah.
it. No, I never shake
You ever
it.
looked under the cap?
By the way, there's no under 18 thing here. I'm looking at
Okay.
it right
Yeah.
now.
Alright.
So
Does it say-
You know what?
does it say
I'm
do
mad
not
at moderator
consume more than
Lewis.
one today?
to be honest, moderator Lewis gave me a heads up about this one. So it's not on him. It's on me.
This guy probably works for Gatorade or something.
Yeah, let's move
Or
on.
in England, they have more.
Let us keep our
warnings.
health drinks.
I did get a video here from AJ McKee. Let's see. It's a video of Anthony Taylor. Let's just
Oh.
see.
Oh, responding?
How you gonna put Salt Papi and Dylan Dennis on your show? But not the man and legend himself. Like, come on, bro. Put me on my show, I'm gonna bring your ratings up. I guarantee you.
He's right. I did have Dylan and Taylor. How did Anthony Taylor? No, I had Dylan and Salt Papi. How did Anthony Taylor
Salt
become
Papi.
such a big part of this world? It's a crazy, crazy
It's
thing.
smart.
Yeah, good for
It's
him.
very smart
He's
on
very
his
smart. Taco enthusiast. Hi, Ariel. Boxing was my first love, and I was really excited to see such a blockbuster fight come together on Saturday night. 1.2 million buys. I mean, can you imagine? That is unbelievable. Huge success. Since you attended the fight and were part of the broadcast, well, sort of. I was part of like the pre and the weigh-in, but yeah, sure. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the production differences between a major UFC fight card and a huge boxing event like Garcia versus Davis. On the production side, what do you feel like the UFC can learn from boxing, and what do you think boxing can learn from the UFC? Some of my thoughts are buying a pay-per-view with the UFC is much easier. I'm disputing my payment to DAZN because the pay-per-view never worked an hour after purchasing, and I just end up buying it on Showtime pay-per-view. That's no good. UFC is better pacing and promotes its co-main undercards better. Boxing does a better job of embracing its history, culture, and legends. What are your takeaways? Gosh, there's a lot there. I mean, look, a lot. The undercard per se in these boxing, events, they're kind of just like a hodgepodge of people. Like the UFC has a stable of fighters, and they're able to build them up, and we see them every few months, weeks, whatever. That structure is completely different. I mean, obviously, I like that the boxers get paid more, but the UFC as a whole, as far as like the machine and how well oiled it is, and how they, work in unison, the whole thing is just one entity. Here you had obviously Showtime leading the dance, but DAZN was a little bit involved, and then you've got this promoter and that promoter, and everyone's kind of going in different directions. Hence the Golden Boy stuff with Oscar and Bernard not being allowed to go in the ring and all that. Like, there's just a lot of drama there. But I'll say this, I've been to a lot of big events. It blows me away that people pay that much and just show up for the main event. I mean, like, I was there for the prelims. I kid you not, there were fights going on. I don't think there was more than 20 people in the crowd. And this is like an 18,000. I tweeted a picture. I tweeted a picture when I got there, and there was a fight going on. And if you didn't zoom in, you would have thought it was just like me in an empty arena. That to me is mind blowing. So obviously in MMA and UFC, they've done a better job of making the undercard feel bigger and more important, and the prelims and all that stuff. Big boxing is, I mean, there's few things better, but there's few things better than big UFC as well. So the whole package is a lot more familiar. Like a big UFC card, Miami card, like we know everyone on there. Maybe there's one or two guys on the, like there used to be, back in the day. I mean, you'd never not know anyone. Now, there's one newcomer here, one newcomer there, short notice guy here, short notice guy there. For the most part, we know everyone's story. Not necessarily the case. There's a David Morrell here, there's a Vito Milnecki there, but otherwise it's, it's just a lot of young, cheap-ish fighters. So I think they did a good job. in UFC, there isn't this whole like ring walk thing. They can't walk before this time. They can't walk. But that's all because the fighters have a lot more power. In the UFC, or I should say in boxing, they have that. In the UFC, like the fighters, they're just a part of the show. They don't necessarily get to call the shots. So if the first 4 fights last 10 seconds, you're fighting earlier than you expect, and you got to warm up quicker. In boxing, you're in the back, and you're part of the contract is like, I'm not walking before 11. So you guys got to kill an hour. Not great for the boxers, not great for the viewers, right? Because then especially in the arena, because there's really nothing going on. At home, at least you're watching stuff and all that. So tomato. Hello, Ariel. I have 2 questions today. First, do you still think that Izzy will make a quick turnaround with DDP, Whitaker, and Strickland all booked? Who could he possibly fight? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they could pull a rabbit out of their hat, but yeah, I thought it was going to be Strickland. I thought it was then going to be DDP, and it doesn't look like, I mean, they're obviously all fighting, so he's going to have to wait, unfortunately. Shame. Second, how was your trip for the Tank Garcia fight? Any stories to tell? My big takeaway was that Garcia does not lose any credibility despite the loss. Well done to both guys for taking it. I hope more people in boxing follow suit. A loss in the record is not the end of the world when you're fighting the best. I couldn't agree more, and the trip was fantastic. By the way, got there on Thursday, was feeling good. Here's a big lesson to all of you. When you take your bag, retrieve your bag off the conveyor belt thingy, triple check that it's your bag. Why? Because I get my bag, or I think it's my bag, get into a car, go to the hotel. I walk into the hotel room, early check-in, thank God, always a little bit dicey. And I look at my phone. I'm like, man, I got 2 hours before I have to be at the press conference. This is great. Usually I have to rush because I take the morning flight and it's like 30 minutes. Open the bag. It's not my bag. Took the wrong bag.
You stole somebody's bag?
It was the exact same bag. Like it was even beat up the same way. Couldn't believe it. Go back to the airport. Felt horrible. Felt like an idiot. Go back to the airport now. Now I'm in traffic. I got to go back to the airport. Hopefully my bag is there. I feel horrible that I ruined someone's morning. Replace the bag, take my bag, then go back into a cab, go back to my hotel. Now all of a sudden I only have 30 minutes. So all that was out the window. Did the presser. That was fun. Spoke to Ryan. Did the basketball stuff Friday, which is getting a lot of play all over, which is great. The round table with Boogie and Paul Pierce and Stack. Then did the weigh-ins, which were amazing. Then went to the sportsbook to watch some basketball. And then then there's like J.R. Smith there and Shandon Anderson there and Al Harrington. I'm like, how did I end up here with all these Knicks legends? Then it was the fight, which was a lot of fun. I got to hang out on Saturday at the fight for a long time with some of the DAZN guys. Ade Oladipo, this guy's the man. Really enjoyed hanging out with him. Akin Barak, those guys are really cool as well. Everyone was cool. Different people, meeting different people. Nice people, hardworking people. I enjoyed it. Then fight's over, go back to my hotel, squeeze in a quick shower, make it on the plane, and then land at 7 o'clock in the morning. Still probably exhausted from all of that because it takes me longer to recover, but overall it was great. Great to be in Vegas for a big event. Like I said, first time back in Vegas for a big event, which I attended since Izzy Romero. So that was fun. And yeah, I thought the fight was like, sure, would it have been great if there was multiple knockdowns and they went back and forth and all this stuff? Sure. But overall, thought it lived up to the hype and no controversy, no drama. And now we see where they both go from here. Connor from Canada. Hey, Ariel. Following an absolute incredible weekend for boxing, I can't help but wonder how great it would be if more boxers took a chance like those two did over the weekend. I mean, the guy who really took a chance was Ryan. He was moving up, in competition, down in weight, and really, went after that fight. I saw your rant calling out fighters who sit on their O losses and was wondering, hypothetically, if boxing was one organization and you were the commissioner, what are the top 3 fights you would make right now? I mean, Spence Crawford, number 1, Fury Usyk, number 2, Tank Haney Lomachenko winner, number 3. If obviously Haney wins, I would love to see that. Those are probably the 3 off the top of my head. Shafiq, hello, Ariel, GC, New York Rick, Mysterious Frank, and the rest of the crew. First-time question asker, long-time viewer. Why were the UFC officials so quick to review the King headbutt, but when it came to the Chris Curtis fight, doesn't seem to be getting the time of day for such a similar event happening? Why can't the judges and officials go to replay more often for more precise decision-making and less controversial results? Respects from Toronto. I'm not sure if they noticed in Florida. I'm not sure if they noticed.
Yeah,
did they notice?
In that fight, they didn't notice.
Yeah.
No, they didn't notice it. They thought he was rocked, and also the fight didn't end, right? The fight ended after Green and Gordon, so they had the ability to go back to the replay right then and say, okay,
well, it was a few seconds later, right? It was after like the ground and pound and all that, but yes, it did.
Right, but what I'm saying is in the Gastelum Curtis fight, Curtis got flashed, recovered.
Yeah.
They continued fighting, the round ended, and then they moved on. The fight was still going. Whereas in this one, the fight was over and the result was either going to be DQ or no contest based on whether the headbutt was accidental or not. So different situation, different circumstance. Could the referee, I'm not sure in Florida, that would be more of somebody who knows like state by state what the rules are there if they have replay. But if the headbutt was noticed, they potentially could have stopped the fight and reviewed it if that was available to them. But I'm not sure on the rules. Because those things will vary state by state.
Yep. Pecan Pie up in this. Hey, Ariel, quick one from me. Even though Leon Edwards is adamant on Colby not getting the next title shot, isn't this the biggest fight available to him right now? After Burns Bilal, there will rightfully be a push for either guy to get the next title shot. However, if you're a champion getting pay-per-view points, shouldn't Leon push for the Colby fight, as that surely generates the most attention and buys? I mean, I guess it does. Does it? Is it that big? Is Colby that popular? I mean, I guess. Remember, the last time we really heard from Leon was when there was a possibility of Jorge, being the next guy if he would have beaten Gilbert Burns. At this point, I don't know much, how much of a stink he's going to make. I also think that Leon is the kind of guy who knows about the struggle of getting the title shot and wants to, kind of reward someone who went through a similar struggle and not someone who hasn't fought in 13, 14, 15 months. But yeah, you might be right. I don't know how big of a difference it is, to be honest, but you might be right. Jamal 2020, Aloha Ariel. Normally I come with the hard-hitting food questions, but today's all MMA. So Sergey Pavlovich is in a good and bad position. If it wasn't for John Jones and Stipe, he'd be fighting for a title, and I think we can presume he is next. But based on the Jones fight, not being until late this year, he could potentially be shelved until next year if Jones wins and does not retire. Also, the UFC might not want to throw in to a lower-ranked fighter in order to save him for a title fight. My question is this: does UFC do anything to compensate fighters for having to sit on the shelf due to no fault of their own, or do you just not get paid for a year? P.S. Peanut butter, chunky or smooth? To be honest, lately I've been going chunky and it's giving me a stomach ache, so I'm going back to smooth. Generally, I like smooth, and I love a good peanut butter, honey, banana sandwich, and I feel like the inclusion of the actual chunky peanuts just is a bad combo in the stomach, so safer to go smooth. As for Sergey, and if they compensate, no. Unless it's like a really long time, and unless you're like a special case, more often than not, they don't. You just got to wait. The Scottish GC. Wow. Hi, Ariel. Love to you and the team. Quick fire, true or false for you and GC Rick if they want to join. These fights happened in 2023. Jones Stipe, I'll say true. McGregor Chandler, I'll say true. Aspinall Pavlovich, I'll say false. Shemaev Izzy, I'll say false. Yeah, I guess previous question, he was like, can we see? I mean, are they going to do Shemaev Izzy off the bat? I feel like they're going to try to give Shemaev one fight. Volk Islam, I'll say false. Pereira Yuri, I'll say false. Do you guys disagree with any of those? So Jones Stipe, true. No. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
McGregor Chandler, true. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Aspinall Pavlovich, false. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Shemaev Izzy, I say false. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I agree with all of them.
Folk Islam, I say false.
Not going to happen.
Agree.
Yeah,
And then Pereira, Yuri, I say false.
I don't think it happens either.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
El Peru News? Peru News? Hi, Ariel. Take us behind the scenes. With the Dominance MMA stable, do you reach out to check occasionally with certain folks there to see if they've changed their stance, or is it known that there's an open invite should they change their mind? No, I don't. I don't really care. I mean, Jared Gordon is Dominance, and he reached out to me, and I'm happy, but I'm not going to reach out to them. I know the rules, so if they want to come on, they know how to reach me, but I'm not going to ask. Hell no. It's ridiculous. It's silly. It's all these things and more. I did see Kamaru on Friday. I don't think he was expecting to see me, but he seemed very happy to see me. We had a nice little exchange. It was good to see him, first time in a while. But no, I don't reach out. I don't want to put them in a weird spot, to be honest. I don't want to put them in an awkward spot. And, you know, if they want to come on, I feel like they'll reach out. Like every single person that has been on has reached out, because I also don't want someone to go and show a screen grab and be like, look who's reaching out. And then that creates drama. So if you reach out, it's not on me. Big shout out to the whole crew. I love this show and laugh out loud regularly when you guys are chopping it up. Love it when Andy drops in with her no-nonsense contributions. Gracias. What about that, Andy? You have a fan.
That's so sweet.
El Peruanus? How am I supposed to pronounce that? I feel like it's...
I assume it's Peruanos.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Peruanos means that you're from Peru.
Oh, all right.
Like people from Peru, Peruanos.
Oh, okay. There you go.
But the OU, I'm not sure.
All right. Well, thank you. Chatty Matty. Hello, Ariel. With the UFC Vegas 71 card now in the books and 72 right around the corner, what the hell is 71 and 72? Is that this week?
Yeah, 72 is this weekend.
Fuck off with this Vegas 72 shit. It's not Vegas 72. I cannot help but look forward to the historic event that will be UFC Vegas 100, a.k.a. Apex Mania 1.
This is incredible.
Imagine they do an Apex Mania 1. That actually would be kind of brilliant and a great troll move. You just put it, like a bunch of like LFA jobbers on there.
UFC Apex 100. Yeah, I hope they do something special.
Oh my God. That would be amazing. With the high frequency of events which are held at the Apex, the show isn't as far out as one would think, with the possibility of UFC 300 and Apex Mania taking place in a similar time frame. Do you expect that UFC 300 card may suffer, as the UFC's biggest draws are likely to demand a place on the Apex card? I didn't think of this. Also, have you heard any rumors about potential special moments which will take place that night? One idea that I had was a moment of silence in honor of all the silence which has taken place at the Apex over the years. Thanks to you and the crew for all your hard work you put in. That is amazing. That is amazing. I hope it's the word. I hope
That's
it's like Norma Dumont against
That's the question of the week.
Aspen Ladd.
That's the
That
question
might
of
be
the
the
week.
question ever. That might be the best idea. I wasn't even thinking as I'm writing up UFC Apex 72. I mean, we're 28 shows away, so essentially, like, what is that? 35 weeks of UFC cards away from having
God.
UFC Apex 100.
Yo, whenever they get to 100, and hopefully it's in a very, very long time, because I don't want more Apex events, we need to do it up. I think you should do a watch party for that.
I think they'll be at Apex 100 within the next year.
You think they're going to do 28 more within the next year? I don't think that's possible. I think they're moving away from it. 28? I mean, there's 43 events. It's not going to be 28. It might be in 2 years.
All right.
But honestly, if they're still doing Apex in 2 years, just end this.
I mean, I'm not going to lie.
End this
Sometimes
show.
I see
I'm not doing
tweets
it
from
anymore.
people of something, and they're like, UFC Apex 38. And I'm like, oh, I remember that. Like, I remember when that happened. It was like while we were doing the show.
Yeah.
I think in the next year and a half, by the end of 2024, UFC Apex 100 will have happened.
That's depressing.
Also, I'm bacon collaring it pretty bad. I should iron this out.
What does that mean? Oh,
The bacon collar? Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's old school, right?
Yeah, but it's just like, it looks like a sizzling piece of bacon. It's like curling up.
I never knew that bacon color was a thing.
Ugh, then you've probably had bacon collar and nobody
The
told
Hanes
you.
commercials.
Yeah.
I've never had a collar that looked like that, to be honest.
Well, then
I tell you.
you haven't had bacon collar. I mean, look at it.
I
Sizzling piece of bacon.
I sent all my jerseys to a dry cleaner. Starch them up.
You send everything to the dry cleaner.
Yes.
The only way to clean the clothes, according to you.
Boxers, socks, everything just goes in there. We move along. Mr. Croft. Hello, Ariel. Longtime listener and first time question asker. This past weekend was a very busy weekend in combat sports with a multitude of high-caliber wins by Patchy Mix, Gervonta Davis, Sergey Pavlovich, list goes on. I did notice someone who deserves his flowers got missed in all of the madness, John Haggerty. What Haggerty was able to do on Friday night was nothing short of spectacular in Muay Thai, being a plus 400 underdog, knocking out Nong Go in the first round at the Lumpini Boxing Stadium in Thailand was a magical thing to behold, and I'm still in shock. With Chatri Sityodtong coming on the show, I'm sure this is something he will touch on. So the actual questions, did any of you and the crew see this moment in the chaos of the weekend, and what did you think? Also, how well do you think One Championship will do with its first USA show following the impressive BKFC card before it? P.S. Shout out to you and the crew for making the weekdays fun, and to the crew behind the scenes who work hard to make the show the great show that it is. No, I will be honest.
Babyface.
Yeah, do you know John Haggerty? I'm not.
I saw the clip.
People were freaking out. They were saying that it was the equivalent of like Volk knocking out Islam in round 1. Had that happened, they said it was like a
what was who was the guy who you fought?
Nongo, right?
A decorated Muay Thai fighter. It was. I have to admit, like I follow the kickboxing scene more closely than I follow specifically the Muay Thai scene. But yes, that was a big upset in the Muay Thai world. But from my understanding, Haggerty is very, very good. And it's more like the style of the finish, the fact that it was so violent,
the highlight was incredible.
than necessarily the win itself. Yeah, yes, big upset. And this is the thing that I like about One is that they have other things that they're doing.
Sure.
That they have these other options and offerings and things where they can give fighters other opportunities, and they're putting on things that are relevant for certain niche audiences that can combine with their MMA audience. And I think this helps their complete package in a major way.
By the way, who's
costs
breathing
a lot
like
of money
that?
to have talent.
Who's breathing like that?
Is it me?
Frank?
What's happening?
It's not I.
It's Connor, right?
Is it heavy breathing?
Yes.
It must be the prime. I didn't.
There
even
was a breath that I caught on that.
It was so loud. What is happening? It sounded like you were snoring. What is going on? I thought I was the heavy breather here.
I'm gonna stop
I don't know if I just zoned out and fell asleep. I didn't realize my mic was on too. I just fell asleep with my eyes open or something.
Last week, you guys told me that you thought I was falling asleep in the middle of an interview.
Oh my God, that was all time.
true.
Yeah, yes, that was so fun.
Come on.
Which?
Yes, it was so great because I mean we obviously have the camera fixated on you here, so like we can see you at all times. And yes,
Who was it?
It was the Roy Val interview. I don't know if it was just warm in there. It wasn't a boring.
Was I
interview or
falling
anything.
asleep?
I mean, you were like, you were given one of these, and like Joe was like, oh God, like what if he goes out here? Like what do we do? So yeah, we had to do some planning, but.
I was on the verge of pulling a Mike Francesa.
Yeah, you immediately asked the next question though. I mean,
I was locked in. I was just, my eyes needed a rest.
You looked like my dog at my apartment. Like after he's like had a big day and he's sitting there and he's fighting going to sleep. Like it was one of those. Like it looked like it looked like the eyelids were getting heavy. Like you were just like, it was very
wow.
It was very Francesa-esque.
I'm torn right now, guys, because I'm such a big soccer fan, and today's like a massive day.
Oh my God!
I mean, I'm not trying to get people to not watch, but like, could you put us on like the tablet or the phone? And
I mean, we need Forest to win.
No, that's what I was talking about. Forest Brighton. What were you talking about?
Well, Man City, Arsenal, right?
Oh yeah, I mean that's the B-side. No, it's a big deal.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm hearing Mike Perry, right?
Yeah, I hear Mike Perry. What's happening? Frank, is that supposed to be happening right now?
No.
He can count to 5, though. That's good news. No, it's a great day. I'm bummed that it's on a Wednesday. I don't like these Wednesday match days,
Well, I think they're great for people that don't have to do
shows
right in the middle of
We should have done an 11 a.m. show like we did for the World Cup.
Yeah.
Is our touch
Oh, yeah. Champions League song is great. I mean, you nail it every time.
Dalton, Ariel, and this is not Champions League, of course. With it sounding like Paulo Costa will be re-signing with UFC and not testing for HG, well, we'll see. Are you aware of any other high-level UFC fighters who are close to the end of their contracts and who may test the open waters similar to Shane Burgos last year? If so, do you think anyone in particular could be in high demand? Thanks for all you do. There's a couple who are, Connor has 2 left. Mac Daddy. Spoke about it on this show. But there's a couple who I hear are close, but like no gigantic ones are about to fight out the deal just yet. And Paulo has one left too. Big money. Hi, Ariel. I wanted to briefly revisit the shoes off at the door discussion as it somewhat relates to this topic. By the way, yesterday I did an interview for a Real Sports story at someone's house. And guess what? It was a no shoes policy over there. I loved it. So I did the whole interview, socks on, no shoes, and then did some other stuff in the house, no shoes. And it was brilliant. Loved it. It's the way it should be. How do you and the gang feel about pets, mainly dogs on your bed? Not a fan. I will admit I've sort of given up on this one because like freaking Matcha is always jumping on the bed, but I'm I try to crack the whip as much as possible. Not literally, of course, not that kind of guy, but in theory it follows the same logic. Yeah, I mean it's probably even grosser, if that's a word. More gross?
So every once in a while I would let, my roommate's dog up on my bed. Very, rarely, especially if they've just recently had a bath. I did it a few weeks ago, late at night. It was after a UFC card, dead tired, about to go to sleep. Threw him on my bed, and he started peeing right when he got on the bed.
Oh.
Everything. Sheets, comforter. It was terrible.
This happened recently?
Pets on the bed. Oh, yeah, a few weeks ago. I'm talking at like 2:30 in the morning, too.
Oh, that's fucking annoying.
Had to change the sheets, had to wash the comforter.
This on the dog?
So what's so crazy?
Would I blame it on, Frank?
Just ask it.
If you come into my house, pee on the floor, who am I supposed to blame?
Crazy you mentioned this, by the way, because when we came back from Montreal, my dog was coming to our house, with the person who was taking care of her, all that stuff. So I don't know what she was doing while she was at the house. But we came back to Montreal, and then we came back like on a Friday or Saturday, and then on the Monday, my son is lying on the bed. He's like, "This bed stinks. My bed." And then I smell it, and there's a massive pee stain on the bed. I was pissed. Whole thing has to go in the wash. The comforter, the freaking sheets. I mean, it's just a disaster.
Yeah. I had to sleep with like a couple thin blankets. It was brutal.
And it's not even your dog.
No, not even my dog.
Oh, it's even worse. Yeah, no one likes that. So anyway, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan. There needs to be a place for the pet. They can have their little bed off to the side, but they're walking all over the place. And I love Matcha. I mean, I adore her, but there's got to be a line. The bed has to be the line. Couch, fine. Walking around, fine. But the bed has to be the line, in my opinion. Amit, hi Ariel, huge fan for many years. Following your discussion, read the old UFC belt being better than the new WWE World Heavyweight belt being unveiled. What are your top 5 MMA wrestling belts of all time? I'd go Winged Eagle for number 1. Yeah, Winged Eagle is classic. I don't like this WWE belt situation. I don't at all. They had the Universal Undisputed. You had a chance to split them up at Mania or have Roman drop him. He wins. Shocker. Fine. Now he goes away. There's no champion. And now you're going to introduce a new belt with no lineage because the other one was over there. And now you're calling him the Undisputed Universal. And then you're saying that this is the new belt, so you have a world heavyweight belt and an undisputed. Then it's not undisputed anymore. Why don't we just split them up? And all of a sudden, I don't hear myself, Frank.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that for you.
Okay, so like my mic just died. What just happened?
We're hearing your lav right now.
Okay.
There's too much static coming through the other one.
All right. So should I keep talking or what?
Yeah, we're still live.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so. This to me feels very clunky. You had an opportunity to have Cody Rhodes win. You don't have him win. Now your champion goes away. Now there's no belts. Now you're going to introduce a third heavyweight championship belt because the other two are with Roman and he's called undisputed, but yet he's not really undisputed anymore. Don't love it. The belt looks nice. It actually looks nice because it looks like the old heavyweight championship belt, but I don't love the way this was all, rolled out. Don't love it. Don't love it. Cody should have won. Make him the champ. Give him the moment. Defends the belt against Brock. Roman goes away. It's all perfect. The winged one was cool. The old IC title, pretty cool. Didn't love the spinner one. Old tag team, cool. Actually like those a lot. The white IC was cool. But yeah, don't love any of this. So what's going on with the headphones? Like, I don't really understand.
There's some static that's going to program. We're trying to resolve that right now.
But
I suspect it's your microphone. Is when you started handling it. Some static started coming through, but the mic's cut.
Oh, this mic's not working?
Correct. So it's your lav that we're hearing right now.
Do you want me to unplug this?
I'll take care of it on here. Just.
Oh, you see that? How it went up a little bit? Like, that was, hey, know your role and shut your mouth. I'll take care of it here.
The mic, though.
I mean, I can't hear myself, though.
Oh, you can't? All right, hold on.
Hello? Oh, that's better.
Yeah, you could definitely hear yourself.
Yeah, but it sounds a little echoey.
Yeah, it's the fault of the lav.
Okay. So what do you want me to do? Just keep going?
Please, and I'll have a solution in place.
All right, well, things are going swimmingly. Let us put a pin. That was number 16. Yes, number 16. We'll put a pin in that one. Well, 16's coming up. Sorry, that was number 15. For now, though, let us move along. And I'm very excited about this. Like I said, the biggest night in BK history this Saturday. It's BKFC 41 in Broomfield, Colorado. It's the first bank center. And like I said, in the past, I've been a little bit squeamish. And I'm all in on this one. Eddie Alvarez, the Underground King, the former Bellator champion, the former UFC champion, crossing over now after a stint in one championship, going up against Chad Money Mendez in the co-main. And then the main event is our old friends Luke Rockhold versus Platinum Perry. And what a treat this is. We got both of them here with us to do a virtual face-to-face. Without further ado, let us say hello to the two men. Here they are. There's Luke over there, and there's Mike over there. Gentlemen, Luke, how are you?
I'm well, ready to fight.
Yes, thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Mike, how are you?
Yeah, I'm great, bro.
Okay, thank you for doing this as well. Let's get into it, guys, because this is very exciting stuff, and I appreciate both of your willingness to participate in something like this. Mike, you've done BKFC before. You've done bare knuckle. Luke hasn't. Were you surprised ultimately when you heard that he was going to sign on the dotted line and cross over into this world to fight you?
No surprises. Just gonna go at it. It's two knuckleheads going at it.
Luke, you had a chance to see Mike in person. You got a chance to feel his energy. Press conference a couple of weeks ago. What was your big takeaway from your exchanges, from seeing him as he gives you the old double birds right over there? I don't know if you can see that, but yeah, there it is. What was your takeaway from that?
It's what it always is. It's just a fight. Mike thinks a certain thing, he's going to find out another. A lot of people think one thing about me, and they always find out another. It's just we'll come to find out.
I can say the same thing.
Mike, I know who you are. I've seen you before, and everyone knows what you bring to the table. You
don't know me. You've been doing
your thing for a while. You've been boxing. Yeah, it's apparent you can box. You're a little fucking dog, and you like to come forward. No one's ever seen me box. No one's ever seen me isolated in the spectrum, and no one's ever seen me move like this. You don't know what to expect. I know what to expect.
So left or right. It's not that confusing. So left or the right hand, footwork, some head movement. You're southpaw. I'm orthodox. You're rangy. I'm an inside fighter. It's not that confusing. But it will be when I'm there in front of you. I'm better than everybody you trained with, every boxer you trained with for this. I'm better than them.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Okay, that's what you think.
You think all my whole career, I've boxed with some of the best boxers, kickboxers, fighters, everyone around the fucking world. I've always been
as an MMA fighter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I've been in there with fucking Andrew Tabiti too. Back in the day when I had no fucking shoes on and no fucking arms. I couldn't even box back then. I still held my own. Motherfucker, I know what I'm coming into. You don't know.
I know. I seen your work with at the Mayweather gym. Terrible.
Yeah. That was terrible. Yeah, it was terrible. But guess what? That was been 10 motherfucking years. And you're about to see a lot more.
You're still the same, though. You're still the same. I'm the same as I've always been. I've been in the fight
This is
game for
boxing.
10 years.
Like
I
you
just
said,
gave
you've
in.
only seen it. I ain't the same. Some people
We'll
grow.
see.
If you're smart enough, Mike, if you're smart enough, you can grow, you can learn. Otherwise, you can be that old little
Yeah,
fucking
you grew
dog.
early. How long have you been that tall, Luke? You grew and then you stopped growing. You were done once you hit 6'2", whatever, how tall you are.
Your brain works, Mike, and I keep it that way. That's what I want.
Could you tell me, Luke, what is this
One
Mayweather?
direction. All you think is one fucking direction. I'm gonna show you every direction.
It's your favorite band.
What's this Mayweather story? Were you guys training together at Mayweather?
No. I just went back there back in the day.
Okay. So what, Mike? What you saw that footage?
Yeah, there's a video on YouTube of him sparring somebody, some guy who was jabbing him up.
Okay.
He's the fucking champion of my division. He's not bad. He's pretty good.
No, for sure. He looked sharp for sure, but I saw
Mike,
an MMA fighter in there with a boxer.
You got dropped by Julian Lane. Julian dropped you and beat you the last 2 rounds. I'm going to confirm you lost the last 2 rounds.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. You fucking locked up. You didn't have nothing to show. You won a split decision against Michael Seals, a split decision against Julian Lane, a split decision against MVP. You're fucking skating by the fucking hair of your chin.
Well, that's okay. Those are different.
I never win that fucking, like, I win. What I do is I win when I win.
Well, you haven't been.
If I lose. But I don't go out and I don't make it close. I go out like a fucking man.
That's what you're going to do. You're going to fucking go out like a man. I'm going to knock you out.
Who the fuck has ever put me out? Who the fuck has put me out with one shot, Mike?
Joel Romero.
Vitor Belfort hit me with a spinning heel kick to the head. Yeah, I got a standing 8 count. I'm going to get back up. I'm going to be right back in your fucking face. You think I'm just going to sit down and take a knee like fucking Garcia? Fuck, dude. I'm going to be back up. I'm going to be in your fucking face and I'm going to be throwing. No matter what. If you catch me on a little fucking thing, yeah, come on. I ain't going nowhere.
His left hand. Yoel Romero.
Michael
his
put
left hand.
the 2 best punches of life together. You ain't Yoel Romero and you ain't Jan Blachowicz. You're a little fucking midget.
That's all right. That's what you think about me.
Yeah, I know.
Mike, could I ask you, do you think that Luke is underestimating you?
I don't care what he's doing. I don't care at all. If he thinks highly or not of me, he's going to find out.
Same here.
Luke, do you think, I mean, you're former Strikeforce champ, UFC champion, do you think that Mike is on your level?
I think Mike's underestimating me, and maybe I'm underestimating him, but the beauty of fighting and this bare knuckle shit is we're going to find out. We're going to step into the cage. I just think I'm tougher than you, Mike. I know how tough you are,
but you're soft as hell. I saw that video of your coach punching your body, and you were fucking giving up, and he was pulling his punches. Weak as fuck. You take body shots like Ryan Garcia. I'm going to drop your fucking ass. I'm sharp as fuck. I'm mean as fuck. I'm strong as fuck. I'm fucking better than you all day, every day.
We're watching that video right now of Jason Perillo hitting you to the body. Was he pulling his punches, Luke, when you guys were doing this?
There's no pulling whatsoever.
Yeah, okay. He's like bringing the shot back. He's like pulling off the body shots every time, and you were struggling. I know it's partly the weight cut, but you're still going to be depleted on the fight. You're not your normal strong self. If you're in the gym at 210 or whatever, you're squatting short guys.
That's what you're doing. You're betting on my weight cut. You're betting on my weight cut. That's what you're waiting on.
No, but you're good at it. I know you're good at it because you always cut to 85, but it's just true. I'm refreshed and replenished, and I'm at my strongest, and you're cutting yourself down just to make weight to fight a smaller guy. But this is boxing. This isn't MMA. You can't lay on me.
Oh, I can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on top of you. If you come inside, I'm gonna be right there fucking holding you, little bitch ass, throwing you around like a fucking little bitch.
Yeah, you're gonna be fucking surprised. I already know you tried to move me at that little face-off we had. I didn't fucking move an inch.
You think I tried?
You backed up. You flinched. Yeah, you gave a little push. I didn't move an inch. You know you did. And you flinched after you threw your little fake knee.
Mike, can I ask?
That's all right. Keep biting. I'm fishing, motherfucker. You keep biting.
It did seem like you put I think a booger on his jacket, Mike. Why did you do that?
Because it was hilarious. And it got everybody watching and realized what happened.
You know what the fucking pathetic thing is? You actually thought about that. You actually thought about that in the back. Like, I'm going to do this. You planned that thing. It was obviously.
Hell yeah, I planned that shit for like a week.
How fucking pathetic you are. You
planned to wipe I'm going to put a booger on this motherfucker. And every time I do an Instagram video now, every time I'm in my car or something and I'm like fucking recording myself, I'm like, damn, man, there's just always this little booger in there. I'm just waiting to give you more boogers. You was giving Paulo Costa bloody boogers. You the booger man now.
When you noticed that, Luke, did that annoy you?
I want him to annoy me. It brings out the best in me. When you see me get hit, when you see me get annoyed, when I see me get down to the fucking... That's what it takes for me to fucking come out. I ain't gonna go away. I'm
take it.
You hit me.
I'm gonna outbox you a little bit for 5 rounds.
Make me mean it. Watch the
you
history
take
of
it.
my
I'm gonna
fights.
outbox you for 5 or 6.
It ain't gonna go 5. It ain't gonna go 6.
I'm too fast. All right. Well, then you're gonna quit early.
Mike, is this the biggest fight of your career?
Fuck yeah, it is.
Absolutely.
Okay. Because of who the opponent is?
The next one's always the best one. I mean, I made this too, though. It takes both of us. Takes 2 to tango, motherfucker.
Yeah, you instigated this shit, but guess what? The only reason people are paying attention is because I'm here. So you're welcome, Mike.
Fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, man. You think that if you want to. Yeah, they're paying attention because they like to watch you fucking get beat down.
Yeah, and they like to watch you get beat down. There's 2 directions.
Well, they haven't watched
people
that.
Shoot. Dumb motherfuckers that only go
shit.
forward. People like me, they're going to fucking expose you and put you fucking face down.
No way.
Luke, you think you're the A-side here?
You got dropped by MVP. You got dropped by MVP. You got dropped by Michael Seals twice. You got dropped by fucking Lane. You're there to be hit. And I fucking hit people. And when I hit people, they go down. Trust me.
No, they don't.
They don't. Every time I wait till you see my hands, just my hands go.
Luke, you think you're the A-side here?
What?
You think you're the A-side here?
I don't care what the fuck I am. I know, dude, look, Mike has one chance to go fucking balls to the wall and come after me. I have every chance in the world to beat this kid in every way. He's got one direction, I got every.
Have you watched his BK fights, Luke? And if so, have you been impressed with what he's done since transitioning over to this world?
It suits him. You know, boxing suits him. It's the dumber realm. It's a handicapped realm where you don't have to fucking use all your skills and your fucking assets. So yeah, I think it suits Mike well. I watched him and he's fought a lot of smaller, weaker fucking guys that are still putting him to the test. It's gonna be different.
Where do you think Luke is at in his career now? Because, he comes back after the long layoff, the fight against Costa, which some people didn't like. How would you assess, where you think he's at right now in his career, the state of his career?
We're different in age. Me coming to boxing and bare knuckle FC was revitalizing, and it gave me more of what I wanted. And he said it suits me. and I really enjoy it. I definitely do. And so Luke is, he has the opportunity to, make his career better here, but he's got a tough task in front of him with me, bare knuckle boxing. So, like I said, if he could take it, I'm going to outbox him, no problem.
Do you think this will suit him? He says this suits you. Do you think this world will suit him?
I've never seen him as a brawler puncher. He's a great grappler. He's strong when it comes to grappling and putting his hips on people. But, props to him because he knows he's a great grappler and he's over here trying to punch now. So, but it's going to be a rude awakening. It is. You've been at this game a long time, man.
It's gonna be a rude awakening.
Turn. I got the next 7 years.
That's what you think. This Rockhold right now smokes Paulo Costa. In just a stand-up fight. I don't need anything else. I smoked that kid right. Way better.
8 years ago, I watched your fight with Lyoto, who you did amazing in that fight. He pieced you up in the beginning. He's got great striking ability. He's good at maintaining distance, footwork, and he's rangy. And I've been sparring with him for this fight. What's that?
Yeah, I dropped his ass twice.
No, you didn't. You grappled him.
No, I dropped him.
He
with
was
two right
punching
hooks.
you, and you put
Two
your
right
weight onto him and made him fall over by like grappling him. That wasn't punching.
Two right hooks, just like I did against Weidman, just like I did against Costa Philippou. Hey,
you're delusional. You're delusional. You super grappled.
I'm gonna hit your motherfucking ass. You're gonna come forward.
You did
watch
amazing.
The history of my fights. When motherfuckers come at me like you, I hit you. I'm gonna fucking fade back. I'm gonna crack your ass, and I think you're fucking falling face first, Mike.
You think I'm gonna be right in front of you, coming at you, but you got.
You think I'm gonna be right there?
No, it doesn't matter where you are. I'm gonna move around and find you.
There ain't no fucking.
I'm too fast.
This is a circle. I'm gonna be moving. I'm gonna pimp you all over that fucking ring.
This is incredible stuff. I can't wait for the fight.
I'm gonna disappear from your sight, and then I'm gonna pop up and punch you in the mouth, and then I'm gonna disappear again. Woo woo.
Mike,
I'm gonna put you down, and I'm gonna fucking get my fucking bag of money. Face down, ass.
You know what I gotta say about that?
Face down, ass up.
By the way, Mike, is that a BKFC chain that you're wearing? Are you wearing a BKFC chain?
Yes, sir.
Did they make that for you, or did you make that for yourself?
He makes it all for
himself. They gave it to me when I beat MVP.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
He made himself a platinum belt, and he made himself a fucking BKFC. This isn't you. I'm going to take everything.
I didn't make the fucking BKFC chain. They gave it to me when I beat MVP. And I fucking...
You got to make everything. Hey, no one gives you shit. You got to make it.
I'm taking this fucking home with me.
What is that? What is that belt?
Take that.
The Platinum Bare Knuckle Boxing World Championship.
All right.
Bring that belt, motherfucker. Bring it.
Is that on the line? Is that belt on the line?
I hope so. Fuck it, hey.
Yes.
Bring it.
Okay.
Fuck yeah, it's on the line.
Mike, do you think that
I'm taking it back?
BKFC, do you think they want you to win because you're their guy? You fought for them multiple times. Do you think that they are rooting for you?
Yeah. Damn right they are.
I think maybe they are. Maybe they are, Mike.
Luke's mom wants me to win. That's who wants me to win.
Why do you say that?
So her baby boy will go home and stop this fighting shit. Well, I'm gonna send him packing, Mom. You look like your mom still does your laundry. She made your bed this morning.
Motherfucker,
She
I
gave you some
haven't seen
applesauce. Did she feed you applesauce by the spoon?
I do everything myself, motherfucker, and I've been that way for 20 years.
Damn. Yeah.
Mike, is the hope?
No, you don't shit for yourself.
What was that, Luke?
You know Mike can't do shit for himself. That's why he has to have a fucking girl to do everything for him. I do it by myself. I do everything by myself. I'm a fucking man.
Mike is a family man. Mike, you've got kids. Luke is single, got nothing. Is it possible that he's more dedicated to the game?
You got nothing, son. You got nothing.
I mean, he doesn't have kids. He doesn't have, all that other stuff.
Ariel, you said it, man.
No, that's not what I meant. Could I ask, Mike, is part of the appeal here, like, do you want to be the guy to retire Luke Rockhold? Is that what you're shooting for?
Mike wants to fight a champion. Mike wants to
I'm
fight.
thinking about Saturday night. I'm thinking about fighting this motherfucker.
He never made it.
I'm thinking about fighting this guy Saturday night. If you sitting here in front of me thinking I never made it, you're an idiot. I'm right here. I'm going to be in front of you on Saturday night. God don't put anything in front of anybody that they're not ready for. So if you're in front of me, then I got the chance to win. You seem to think you are the only one who got the chance here.
No, I know you got a chance. Everyone's got a chance, but trust me, you don't see how much I got. That's the thing. We all know what you got. Mike, you're the one fucking going down. You got knocked down fucking every fight, back to back to back. I took every shot that Paulo Costa had to fucking give.
What are you watching?
You're still thinking. You're still thinking in the past.
Everybody who watches me knows I don't.
You're thinking from Michael Bisping 6 years ago, because he put the two luckiest punches of his life together back to back. I have a fucking standing 8 count. I'm gonna get up. If you catch me in a little shot, I'm gonna be back up in your face. Trust me, I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, you get up, and I'm gonna do it again. It's going to be worse.
No, it's going to be worse for you. Trust me.
Luke, you mentioned earlier this version of Luke beats the one who fought Paulo Costa back in August. What's the difference between today's Luke Rockhold and the one from August?
I'm healthy. I'm trained. I'm educated in the fight. I know what I'm up against. I went into that fight off 3 years off of doing nothing. I did nothing in COVID. I just fucked off and did my thing. Now that fight just kind of invigorated me to get back in the game and fucking actually start training. There was so much shit just getting back into that fucking cage. Now it's just propelled me to be better. My game has come a long ways, and I'm pretty excited to show it on Mike's face. I think it's a perfect opponent. Mike, you're great. Perfect dance partner. I'm gonna fucking put it on your phone.
Define invigorating, Luke.
When you've been fighting as long as me, you get burnt out in the game. Like, hey, Mike, invigorate. Did it invigorate you to know that people couldn't kick you, grapple you, and outsmart you in the fucking UFC? That you could just be dumb and come forward like a fucking idiot and throw hands? Yeah, that's invigorating to you, Mike. I'm gonna fucking pimp your ass all over that fucking ring, though. I'm gonna show you how fucking what invigorated really means.
Yeah, man. I tell you, I'm such a bad motherfucker, bro. I'm so bad, especially with this boxing shit, that you're gonna have to make me feel it in there, man. Cause I'm not feeling it right now.
Mike, can I ask you, how do you envision the fight playing out? Like, what's your when you think of the when you think of the fight, when you're dreaming of it, when you're game planning, what are you thinking?
Man, 10 minutes of punishment. Yeah, that could go either way, huh? It could be him punishing me. It could be me punishing him, but it's fast paced. It's quick, and that suits me. I'm shorter. I'm smaller. I'm going to be hiding in there. I'm going to be right in front of you. I'm going to be hidden. You still can't see me. And then I'm going to punch you. I'm going to pop you. I'm going to punish you. I'm going to hit you in the body. I'm going to hit you in the face. You shaved your beard off. I'm going to try to cut your face up. And it's just, that's the beast of the game that we're playing here. It's not even trash talk. It's just facts. I'm going to try to hurt him because I know he wants to try to hurt me. It's two men, standing off. And I'm looking to utilize my strengths. And, I'm going to headbutt you in your fucking hands and then punch you in your fucking face.
Yeah. I'm going to kick you in your fucking head.
You going to kick me?
You headbutt me, I'll kick you fucking square in the head.
I didn't say I'm going to headbutt you. I said I'm going to headbutt your hands. I guess that's headbutting you, but it's legal. You're trying to punch me in the head, right? I'm going to fucking break your shit. And then I'm going to punch you in your nose and you're going to fucking quit. Maybe not your nose, because I know that we don't really care about the nose punches.
Your nose has been straight for too long. Time to fucking crooked that bitch.
Motherfucker, it's not straight. Look at that shit. What the fuck? I don't even have a nose. But I look good, though, don't I? I look good, boy. Pretty boy Perry finna punish Luke out cold. Luke out cold, baby.
Luke, who's the favorite going into this fight?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to that shit. I feel like people are underestimating me like they always do.
You feel that way? Why?
I feel like I've, Mike's in this game. He's done this thing. I've handicapped myself. He's moving up. It's a perfect fucking storm. We're gonna fight. He's coming forward, and I'm gonna look to pimp him all over that fucking ring. That's all he's got. He's gonna come forward, swinging for the fences. I'm gonna fucking stick. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna crack. I'm gonna come forward. I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna do everything. I'm gonna do it.
It's not how I fight, man. I don't fucking swing for the fences. I'm pretty calculated.
I see you, Mike. You got a little something too. But trust me, you're going to find out what I got. You're going to find out.
Luke, considering where you are at in your career right now, is this the biggest fight of your career? There's a lot on the line, I feel like. A lot of high stakes involved here.
It's a big fight for the moment, for the time being. What I've done in this game, I've proved myself all over the world. Mike's still looking to prove himself. Mike's still making belts for himself. He's still making chains. He never got a belt. He's looking to prove himself. I've done it all.
You already quit then.
But
you already gave up.
But I'm still.
You already quit.
Nah, but this is. When have you ever seen me quit? When have you ever seen me give up? Motherfucker, I don't. If I step into the ring, I step in there to fucking win or to die. One of the, it's kill or be killed.
Exactly.
Every fucking
I saw
time.
you post that shit talking about you're ready to die in there. What if it comes to that? I don't think
it's every
people who say
fucking
that
time, Mike.
Know what the fuck they're saying? I don't think people who say that know what the fuck they're saying.
You think I'm gonna step in front of you and just waste my shit? I'm coming in there because I'm gonna fucking beat you. I ain't coming for a payday. I'm coming to beat you, motherfucking ass. Yeah, trust me. I'm gonna be everywhere you can't find me. Then your little fucking head's gonna pop back up, and I'm gonna put you right back down.
Is this personal for you, Luke?
Fuck yeah, fighting is personal. That's the beauty of fighting. When somebody thinks that they can fucking fight you and test your fucking manhood and take your life, yeah, for sure. It's the dumbest thing to think it's not.
Mm.
Mike feels the same. You want to fucking there's people you want that we're all looking to fucking exist and fucking live on and fucking find out. If you're a fucking man and you want to test yourself against the best, here you go, Mike. Here's your chance.
Personal for you, Mike? I want to test
myself against Mike, too. I want to see what Mike has. I want to put myself in this arena, in this fucking combat, this isolation, take away my assets and let me fucking just fight Mike with what I have in my hands. This is there's something fucking pure and beautiful about it, and it's something I want to do. And I want to try, and I'm not just doing it to try. I try to win. every time I've done everything I need to do, prepare for this fucking thing. Trust me, I'm here. You just pop up in here like, I don't know, maybe you are, but like, trust me, altitude fucked me up last time. I ain't gonna let it fuck me up. And I've been here in Denver. I've been working. There ain't no slowing down.
I felt so good. I was so good working out last night, man. I was so sharp, so fast, and I had plenty of oxygen. I came here in great shape, and I've been training in Florida's hot humidity, under the sun. I've been in the gym, 95 degrees, sparring under the lights against 210-pound southpaw who's rangy and fucking tries to stay out of the way. I'm ready for this shit.
Just 2 minutes left, and then we'll let you guys go. And this has been tremendous. Thank you so much for doing this. Mike, I noticed that you mentioned a couple times seeing things on his Instagram. Do you do that often? Like, it seems like you're kind of like stalking your opponent, seeing what he's up to. Is that something that you often do, or is it just with Luke?
Mike's a fan.
Sure, yeah. I was a fan of MVP too. I followed MVP. I followed you, and in my opinion, one of the things that has changed in my thought process is like, why would I shy away from what these guys are doing? It's all the information is right there. Why wouldn't I fucking watch it like all the other people watching it? Why wouldn't I just take a look, check it out? I'm gonna have a piece of Luke with me forever. I'm gonna take a little piece with me on Saturday, man. We're connected forever, bro. We're brothers in arms, and I'm gonna make you my little brother.
That's the thing you're gonna find out, little brother. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna take a big piece, a big fucking piece. You're gonna take a little piece. I'm gonna take a big piece.
Yeah, this is I got a big piece for you right here. Let's go.
Luke, I asked Mike how he sees it going down. What's your prediction?
I think he's gonna come forward. I think I'm gonna crack him. I'm gonna crack him, maybe a left, maybe a right. I'm gonna be moving. I'm gonna be putting him where I want him. That's the thing. Mike's gonna have to chase me. I'm gonna keep putting him where I want him. And I'm gonna hit him. Trust me. Like, I find my mark.
I'm waiting to see that. I'm excited to see that because I watched some of your fights, and I'm like, you're a stocky. You stalk forward. You like to bring the fight too. So it's like, how much are you gonna change to be a backup, moving around guy? Because I'm the smaller guy. You're not gonna stalk me at all. We'll see.
Oh, you don't think I'm gonna stop you? I'll change.
If you're gonna back up, I'll catch you backing up, and I'll catch you
coming forward. I can fight on my back foot, and I can fight on my front foot. You can only fight on your front foot.
That's not true at all. I'm okay. I'm not gonna fucking keep giving you your homework, buddy.
Mike, you think
the test is on Saturday, and you're gonna fucking fail. What?
Let's go. Fucking go.
All right.
Yeah, it's a test on Saturdays. The SATs. You're out of luck.
I can't wait.
Never had much luck with that, did you, Mike?
Hell yeah, I did, man.
What'd you get?
Scholar.
What'd you get on the SATs, Mike?
Like 1,700.
Oh, fuck. You beat me. I think I got 1,100.
I'm a fucking genius.
Especially when it comes to bare knuckle. You're the veteran here. You're the guy who's had success. He's never done it. So I think a lot of people are giving you the edge, Mike, going into this one.
Yes, sir. I'm ready for it.
Well,
thanks, man.
It goes down Saturday in Broomfield, Colorado. BKFC 41, the biggest night in BKFC history. Also co-main, Chad Mendes, Eddie Alvarez. If you're an MMA fan,
these little hands.
You know these names. I can't wait. I'm all in. I'll be tuning in. Thank you guys for doing this. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you both. May the best man win. There they are. How about that, guys?
That was intense.
That was fun. By the way, shout out to Andy there. You got to move around a lot when you're directing that, and you did a fantastic job. So thank you very much. and appreciate BKFC for hooking that up as well. By the way, you can get that on Fight TV this Saturday, $49.99 here in the United States. Mike Perry, Luke Rockhold, Eddie Alvarez, Chad Mendez, Beck Rawlings on the card as well. We remember her, Rowdy Beck. So some familiar names. But yeah, they're two great characters and they're very different, but they kind of mesh. It's a little peanut butter and a little jelly, right? Great stuff. Some great lines there. 1700s on the SATs for Mike. That's a lot, right? Isn't that a good number?
That's a great number.
I thought 1600 was perfect.
Fuck, he's better than perfect. He's better than perfect. Excuse me. Thank you very much to Bernie, especially at BKFC, for setting that up, and thank you to both Luke and Mike. Why does this always happen to me?
Yeah, thank you to them.
Thanks, Frank. Before we get to our next guest, I want to talk about BetterHelp. God dang.
Do you need some water? I think the prime is getting on our throats.
It's overstayed. It's welcome. I want to give a shout out to our good friends over at BetterHelp. So very excited that they're a part of our family here. Like I said, I think this might be our most important sponsor, and to me, they're not a sponsor. It's a gift to be able to talk about people like BetterHelp, because we all need help at some point in our lives. I believe everyone does at some point. It's just a matter of, are you comfortable enough going out there and seeking help and making yourself available to receive help, being vulnerable enough to receive help. I was in this position, probably should have sought help a very long time ago, but it helped me out tremendously in 2021 and really did change my life. And now I can't stop talking about it. And so companies like BetterHelp, I think, are very important, especially on shows like this. We talk so much about the mental side of the game, about the ups and downs with the fighters, but we're all human beings. We all go through our own struggles, depression, anxiety, being nervous, feeling down, lacking confidence. All those things and more are things that you can talk about with a therapist. And BetterHelp provides that. They offer convenient online therapy that meshes with your schedule. It's the same professional service you'd get from an in-person therapist, but you could do it from home. It's fantastic. With BetterHelp, you can communicate when and how you want by chat, phone, or video call. 3 different ways. So it's as comfortable as possible. If you feel like you need help, if you feel like you need someone to talk to, if you feel like you need, just some guidance, some advice, someone to help you navigate the waters, someone to help open the clouds up in your brain, therapy can be a very safe space to talk with someone who can help you find balance in your life. And if finding the time to fit in therapy feels like a challenge, BetterHelp is perfect because they offer the support and flexibility you need because you get to do it from the comfort of your home. So find more balance with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/MMA Hour today to get 10% off your first month. Again, that's betterhelp.com/MMA Hour to get 10% off your first month. betterhelp.com/MMA Hour. 10%, no percent, 20%. It's not about that. It's about living a happy life. It's about living your best life. It's about being happy. It's about being in your best mental state, succeeding, taking advantage of every day, remembering that we only get one life, that at some point this is all going to come to an end. And there are people out there that can help you maximize your potential, live your best life, enjoy every day to the fullest. Because remember, don't count the days, make the days count. And BetterHelp is a tool and an outlet and a company that can help you do all of that. So thank you so much to BetterHelp, and I am so very happy that they are on board with all of us. Let's move along now and say hello to our next guest. We spoke to Bobby Green on Monday about what happened Saturday night in Las Vegas, clash of heads. Unfortunate what happened many different ways. And I feel especially bad for Jared Gordon because it's now 2 fights in a row that, end in very unfortunate fashion. He should have won the one in December. We all know about that one. And then this one, no fault of his own and no fault of Bobby's as well. It was an accidental clash of heads, and the referees and the officials cage side were able to see that, and they turned what was looking like a knockout win for Bobby Green into a no contest. Let's get Jared's side of the story now. Say hello to him. Oh, wow. Look at this setup, Jared Gordon. This is nice. What do you got, a podcast or something?
We're trying.
Okay. It looks nice. It looks professional. I don't know if the mic is working, but it looks good.
No, it's not right now. It just looks cool.
It looks fantastic. Well, thank you for doing this. Thank you for coming on. First and foremost, how are you feeling?
I'm all right. I had an abrasion on my eye, but it's healing. It feels a lot better. And I was like mildly concussed, unfortunately. I haven't had a concussion in years, at least from what I know. But I'm all right. I got a CT scan. I was cleared. I think I'm following up with a neurologist, and I'm doing recovery stuff. So I'm okay though.
Do you remember anything from Saturday night? In other words, when you guys clashed heads and then the subsequent, few seconds, what do you remember from all of that?
Yeah, I remember it. I mean, I remember all of a sudden I was on my back and I was fighting off my back, and then the fight ended. I didn't know that it was a headbutt, obviously, at first. I thought, obviously I knew I got hit with something. And when the fight ended, I was like, what the hell happened? And my coach was like, looks like it was a headbutt. And then when they showed the replay, it was pretty clear that he led with his head completely and, caught me right in my temple, which was really unfortunate because I thought I was doing really well in the fight. And I was looking good, felt great. Unfortunately, Keith, didn't have the angle, I guess, to see that it was a headbutt at first. Because I'm sure if he did, he would have stopped it earlier, so I didn't have to take those extra shots.
Right.
But, there's nothing I can really say. It happened the way it happened, and it sucks a lot. I am kind of like, it's a little weird how Bobby is talking about it after the fact, like, oh, I busted his ass after, like, you clearly headbutted me, and then I don't know if he knew that either at the time, that his head landed on mine, and then he followed up. But I don't blame him. I don't want to say that he knew and then followed up with shots because then I'm putting words in his mouth, or making him look like a bad guy, because I don't think he at heart is a bad guy. It sucks the way it happened for both of us. He was complaining about his money. What about my money? Between my last fight and this fight,
yeah,
I'm out over 6 figures. So sucks a lot. And it's not like I was losing both of these fights. I clearly won the Patty fight, and I thought I was winning this one, So, just another bump in my road, which seems to be the common theme in my life. So I'll just do what I always do and come back better. But there's nothing I can say or do, unfortunately.
I saw you posted a statement after he was on the show on Monday about some of the things that he said, and I'm wondering if you were surprised by the sentiment, because it seemed like in the cage it was all love, and then on Monday it seemed like he was kind of questioning your heart and questioning, your will to continue.
He's like, man the fuck up. I mean, is she talking to me or is she talking like the ref or something? Because man the fuck up. You headbutt me, so I'm on my back fighting, and I didn't know what was happening. I just was, instinctually fighting, and it was completely out of my control. It's not my fault that we have instant replay. It's not my fault that the refs decided to, the judges and officials decided to overturn it to a no contest. It should have been automatic no contest. And as a matter of fact, like, some people might have called it a DQ. That might be stretching a little bit, but it was like he rammed me with his head. It wasn't like we're moving in a sequence and like his head like glanced my temple. Like he rammed me like a bowl right in the side of my head. So, I mean, like I said, I don't want to say that it was intentional. Because I don't think, obviously he didn't want the fight to end that way. He wanted to win and get his other check, right? And so does everyone. So I'm not going to sit here and say it was intentional, but like, don't tell me to man up because it's out of my hands. It's not my fault you did that, and it's not my fault that the rules are the way the rules are and are just. And we got a no contest because something illegal happened. So it was really strange, and but I want to, I would love to get back in there with him. And then we could just settle it once and for all. It just seems like a common thing lately. My last couple of opponents have been, rematches like that. I had one rematch as an amateur, and I had one. I fought one kid as an amateur, and I rematched him as a pro, and I won the rematch. And I did fight one kid 3 times as an amateur. I beat him 2 out of 3. So like it's been a long time though since I've had these kind of occurrences happen. So, but I think it's still kind of working out in my favor. I feel like the fans are with me, and I'm getting recognition, even though, luckily for me, I'm not relying on fighting for money. So, like I'm salty over the money, but I'm not like dying over it. Yes, it would be nice to have that extra money, obviously, but
it blows me away though. Like a situation, like I get the Patty one, even though the whole world thought you won that fight, but ultimately, all right, the judges didn't score it, fine. Situation like this, where there's no winner, where it's, a clash of heads, you guys deserve your money, man. You guys deserve your money. Yeah. I don't want to harp on this stuff. People get mad at me for doing it, but like, it's crazy to me. This was not your fault. This was not his fault, in my opinion. You fought your asses off. Who can say, like, they're making like $15 million a show here from ESPN at the Apex. They've got no expenses. I don't know what you're making. I don't know. They can afford to pay you guys your win. I mean, it's that simple. Have you tried to get it?
You know what? Like after the last one, and I'm just like, I don't want to say I'm at my wit's end, but I'm kind of just letting it go.
I get it.
Letting the pieces fall as they're supposed to. Everything in my life is just like, I got to get through some hurdles to get to the other side and see the bigger picture. So that's all I'm waiting for, is to see what happens down the line. And I'm sure it will all work out in my favor, as long as I do the right thing. And, but yeah, I want to rematch Bobby. I want to rematch Patty.
Which one do you want more now? Like if you had your choice.
The thing is, like, Bobby is a better fighter than Patty, I think. So when I beat him, I was on my way to beating him in the last one. Then it's like, am I going to go backwards? Fight Patty the Flabby, who's like just had ankle surgery, is saying he doesn't know when he's going to come back. He's probably going to blow up to some enormous weight. And then what? He's going to come fight me, who's been active. I've been active, and I'm going to stay active. I'm going to get cleared and get back in there as soon as possible. So, as long as I'm healthy and everything is copacetic, like, so, the only way it makes sense for me is if they give me some like big spot, which I doubt they'll do because it's not worthy of a really big spot. I don't think a rematch between me and him. And I don't think they're fighting in Liverpool. It's not worthy of a London main event or co-main because there's so many guys from over there that deserve it more than him. There's so many guys from the UK that deserve it more than Patty. So that's not going to happen. And it's not worthy of a main event here, obviously. So unless he comes back and wins one or something, and then I fight and win, and then we meet down the line. So I mean, but he's being salty. He obviously wants to fight me again because he's talking about me from his hospital bed.
What was that? What was your reaction when you saw that video of him from the hospital?
I was laughing. It's like, if you really thought you won, bro, you're in the recovery room of the hospital. You just had ankle surgery, and the first words that you're muttering are Jared Gordon. So it's like, I'm clearly living in your head. And he's saying, "Oh, I beat you on my worst day, and I beat you on your best." I hurt my ankle so badly in the Grant Dawson fight. I went into the Leo Santos fight and the Patty fight. I couldn't even jump on one foot. So I went in there injured already, and I couldn't walk for weeks after our fight also. So but I understand like where you're coming from. You're injured. Apparently he had like a really big surgery. It was really bad. But ankles take a long time to heal because we're constantly on them.
Right.
And they're constantly, you can't rest it because you're walking. So, but I don't know. I thought it was funny. And I'm obviously, deep down inside, he knows I won, because if he thought he won, he would just move on and he wouldn't be talking about me as he's all doped up on morphine in the recovery room after surgery. I would never be talking about you if I thought I won that fight. I would want to just move on to the next one, and that's it. But he knows the deal. So,
you mentioned the DQ thing with the Bobby fight. Do you think there's a chance he did this on purpose? Because my understanding is, for it to be a DQ, it would be intentional, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to sit here and say that Bobby did that on purpose. No, I'm not going to say that. It was a flagrant move, though.
Right.
I mean, I get it. He said he was going in for the elbow, and it kind of did look like he was. But, if you're going to elbow, then your elbow should be before your head. He was literally looking at the floor, coming in head first. So it was kind of just I get it also. Southpaw versus righty. It happens all the time. 3-4 weeks before the fight, I was sparring southpaws, getting ready for Bobby, and I got cut on the side of my head.
Oh. I saw that, yeah. How many stitches?
I got 20 stitches on the side of my head, which is an old cut because I opened up when I fought Joe Selecki in the same spot, and then it reopened. So I'm sitting on the side. There's one more round left, and I'm like, well, it's only up here on the side of my head. I'll just finish. They just put some Vaseline on it, and I just was going to finish the last round. 3 minutes later, I'm sparring a different guy, and I get headbutt here, and I got 15 stitches on this side, above my eye. It was just crazy coincidence. I haven't been cut in, 6 years in training. And people were like, "Oh, why don't you should be wearing a headgear." When I wear headgear, I feel like I'm getting battered more because the target's bigger and I'm taking more shots. So yeah, it prevents cuts and stuff. But I feel like my head hurts more when I'm done sparring with the headgear because, this is such a bigger target. And you're getting so much more. So yeah, I could have been wearing a headgear, but I haven't been cut in years, and I spar without headgear all the time. So that's what we do. And only maybe 1 out of 50, 60 guys in my gym are wearing a headgear, and that's probably because they're cut already or have an old cut that they're trying to protect. So. And you can't wrestle as well and shoot and grapple. So I wasn't wearing them. But I get it. Headbutts happen all the time. It's not the first time that I've been headbutt, obviously. When I fought Bill Algeo, the night that I got signed to UFC, I headbutt the shit out of him, and I cut his eye wide open. So, and he was fighting southpaw that night, and I was righty, and I headbutt him. And his eye opened wide open, and that was probably a deterrent in the fight for him. So, it happens, but shit, it's fighting. Right?
I saw this crazy thing that they did because they wanted to see if you had any cuts around your eyes or in your eyes, and they put this what is this? I've never seen this before. This neon.
Yeah, so they put a dye in your eye, and then they hold a black light over it to see if there's any I guess the the dye goes into the abrasion and it shows on your eyeball.
Oh my gosh. Does that hurt?
It burned. And at that point it was burning a lot because I had abrasions in both of my eyes.
Oh my God.
But it feels a lot better now. They gave me medicine and like a steroid and like a anti-inflammatory and some antibiotics so I don't get infected. But I'm healing up, and I got a workout in today. Now it's training. Like I was just doing cardio and lifting. I felt good. I've been in the hyperbaric chamber trying to recover from this mild concussion. So life of a fighter, right?
Yeah. I saw you. Actually, I was in Vegas over the weekend as well for the Tank Garcia fight, and I was walking the strip, and I saw right outside of the, in front of the Bellagio, they had this guy who had this thing where he had like a bar.
Pull bar.
Yeah, the pull bar, and he has this sign like he give you $100 if you can hang on for 100 seconds. Yeah. And I saw I must have seen 10, 15 people try. All of them failed, and then I saw you try, and you failed too. Is that hard?
It was really hard.
I thought I could have done it. If I'm being honest.
There's no ball bearing, so the bar spins.
Ah.
So pull a bar. So I was like, "Can I do a mixed grip?" Because then it doesn't spin. He's like, "No." Nah. So there's it's kind of like a trick setup. If you're really good, I guess, or you have to apparently keep your wrist bent over the top, because once you get here, the bar is spinning and you just lose. So they were getting 20 seconds, 30. I got 52 seconds. But you have to get 70 to get your money back. It was $10 and 100 seconds, I think, or something.
Yeah, 100
to get $100. Really hard, but it was fun. $10 was worth it.
Has anyone done it? Did you see anyone do it?
He said 6 people did it that day. I don't believe him.
Yeah. Was this after the fight or before the fight?
That was after. That was the next day.
Oh, the next day. So you were concussed and you made it to 50 seconds?
I was concussed. I made it 50 seconds. Yeah.
How do you not let this stuff get to you? Like the Patty thing, this thing, the woe is me. It gets you?
I mean, yeah. So I'll have I'll act like a sore loser for a couple days. I'll kick some shit, throw some shit. I'll cry about it and bitch to my friends and family and my wife. And then I'm like, all right, what am I going to do? Quit or... So there's nothing... Listen, I truly believe that the truth will always come to light. They say... I was in jail and there was a CO that said, what doesn't come out in the wash comes out in the rinse. He always said this shit. Don't come out in the wash, comes out in the rinse. And I truly believe it, man. It might not be shown now, but eventually, whatever it is, will come to light, So, but, sometimes it takes 6 months, a year for things to play out and for you to see the silver lining. So that's all I can do, man. I have to come to terms that this is the way, first of all, this is the way fighting is in general. This is the way life is for most people. There's always hardships. But for me, it's just always going to be this way. There's no way around it. I'm always going to have, up and down, up and down. It's not just like a
When's the last time you had an extreme high?
I mean, these last couple months have been good. Even though the Patty thing happened, my recognition has skyrocketed. My following has quadrupled. I won the Leo Santos fight right before that. Things have been good, man. I have a great family. I have everything I need. I own a home. I own everything that you could possibly need or want. I have. So things are great for me. I just want the icing on the cake, And as an athlete competitor, I want to win. And these last 2 ones are like out of my control. It's not like I went out there and fought shitty or, was losing the whole way and then I got no So like if I was losing the whole way and then I got a no contest, I would just shut my mouth, But that wasn't the case. I think it was like maybe I was looking the best I ever looked. I felt the best I ever felt. Great camp. Felt great backstage. Went in there. I was landing big shots against a boxer, and I'm not quote unquote a boxer. So I mean, like I know I'm showing improvements. I know I'm getting better every fight. So what more can I really ask for except my win bonus and the wins on my record? I should be 3-0 on this contract, but I'm 1-1-1.
Yeah.
So that's what sucks.
Yeah.
Because who knows? Like, that affects my renegotiation capability and power, But this is the way God wanted it for me. So I just got to roll with the punches, figuratively and literally.
I saw you tweet about Stephan Bonner. Horrible news. We obviously knew it was a tragedy when he passed away, but we found out it was an overdose due to fentanyl. This is a huge problem in the world, in this country, and obviously something that is near and dear to your heart, and you offered any support for anyone. Do people actually take you up on this when you're...
Oh my God.
Yeah?
I can just show you
the DMs.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Is that overwhelming?
It's overwhelming, especially like, I just came off I had a fight week. My DMs explode already.
Yeah.
But then when I post things like that or anything related to addiction or recovery, it just goes nuts. I actually have someone that helps me go through my DMs.
Oh, wow.
It's just nonstop, never-ending battle. And like our country, our neighborhoods, our schools, middle schools, high schools are like under siege with it. I know people, I see and hear people constantly dying. And it's worse than it was when I was using, I was shooting heroin. Heroin is like nostalgic now. That was like a thing of the past. Like people, no one's getting heroin anymore. It's just fentanyl made in like a bathtub or some shit.
Are people getting fentanyl or are they thinking it's something else? And it's... I
don't know. So some people will buy pills that they think are painkillers, but they're pressed with fentanyl. But people now just are looking for to buy fentanyl.
But isn't that lethal? Can anyone stomach that?
Well, if you have a big, if you have a tolerance to opiates.
Yeah.
Or if you've done fentanyl already, then you'll build a tolerance and they know and they call it Fetty. So they're just looking to buy fentanyl. They know, it used to be like a thing that they hid. Like, oh yeah, I have heroin, but it's really laced with fentanyl. Now it's like, yeah, I got fentanyl. And people are just going to buy fentanyl. So
have you ever tried it?
I've done real fentanyl, from an actual pharmacy, or I've had surgery where they've given me fentanyl pre-op, going into surgery.
Right.
But I've never willingly have done fentanyl. When I was getting high, it was still heroin. But that was, 7.5 years ago. And I know what heroin tastes and looks like. So
why are they lacing it with this? Why are people doing that?
It's just stronger, cheaper, way cheaper. So you're a drug dealer. That's your main goal, right? Is to make the money. And it's just way more readily available now. It's so easy for these people to make it, and that's what they're supplying all the dealers with is fentanyl. So it's a shame, man. When I think about heroin, I'm like, the good old days, these kids will never know what heroin is. Kind of sad, actually. They think they're and it's so much worse for you. It destroys your organs. Heroin, you can do heroin and it would last you 8, 10, 12 hours until you got dope sick again and had to get high again. Fentanyl, I hear, it's such a fast acting and it's in and out of your system so fast. Every 45 minutes you got to use, otherwise you're sick again. So it's a non-stop. That's why it's cheap. It's so readily available is because they got to keep buying it and buying it and buying it. And it destroys your fucking organs. Your liver and your kidneys are just being destroyed because it's synthetic, fake bullshit. Heroin actually came from a plant.
Right.
And obviously, there's cuts and it's adulterated, but it's like, and it was like a thing that was like, oh yeah, like here's a little like, and people would share it. Most fuckers ain't sharing fentanyl because they have to use it so much that they're like, no, this is all mine. It's almost like, I know it sounds crazy, but it's like sad. Like, kids will never know what.
Oh, that part. I thought the fentanyl part is sad. I mean, yeah, no, it's all very sad.
It's obviously very sad also, but yeah, and like if you're some kid, like I want to like do a painkiller and it's pressed with fentanyl, you're dead. You're dead. It's just like Stephen Bonner. He was probably looking for probably bought pills that were pressed with fentanyl. That's how Michael K. Williams died too, of fentanyl.
That is scary stuff. That is very scary. Yeah. Well, it's a great thing that you're doing, allowing people, but I can imagine it's very overwhelming as well. You're dealing with your own stuff, and this is heavy duty stuff, but good on you for doing that. And I hope some better luck comes your way. To your point though, you talk about like, I was in jail, this and that, like you're not in jail. You have a house, you have a family. So let this be the worst things that are happening to you. But yeah, man, you deserve a W here and there. And you were arguably robbed of 2 of them in the span of 4.5 months or so. So hopefully the back end of the year is much kinder to you, Jared. Appreciate you coming on and appreciate you.
I think it will be. Thank you. Thanks for having me, Ariel.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, and thanks for reaching. And I thought we were beefing there on Monday. I was like, oh shit, I don't want to piss off Jared.
No. I was just curious.
No, that was.
But if anyone needs help, reach out to me. I'm here. Just hit me up, DMs, whatever, Twitter, Instagram. If I see your message, I will respond. So thank you.
Thanks, Jared. All the best.
All right, Ariel. Have a good one.
There he is, Jared Gordon. Great message at the end there. And yeah, very sad. There's a story up on MMAfighting.com regarding Stephan Bonner. It's sad stuff, but I did see him post something saying, hey, reach out if you need help. He's a man of his word. If you do reach out, he will help. Let's move along to our next guest. Joining us in studio, great to have the founder, the chairman, and the CEO of One Championship ahead of one of their biggest nights ever, May 5th in Broomfield, Colorado, the First Bank Center. It's One Fight Night 10 on Prime Video. Here he is. My old friend Chatri Sityodtong is here. How are you, sir?
Good to see you, man. How's it going?
Yes, it is so great to have you. Thank you so much for making the trek. Are you here for the duration? Like, are you here for May 5th?
Yeah. I here for a couple weeks of media interviews and some meetings. New York, LA, San Francisco, Silicon Valley, and then to Denver.
Oh my!
Yeah,
this is big.
We're excited.
Yes, I remember going to Extreme Couture. Was it 2018, 2019? You guys had this big media day. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
And Rich Franklin was there.
I didn't attend, but yeah, Rich.
It was a big deal because this kind of felt like
pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID,
we were gonna come.
Yes.
I think that following year or something like that. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I remember. And Misha was there, and DJ was there, and Rich was there, and it felt like this is telling the world that one is coming to the U.S. and then of course COVID. So when do you think if it wasn't for COVID, this would have happened when? Like maybe I think 2020, 2019?
Yeah, 2019 was kind of the plan. Like. Right before, COVID hit March of 2020. So 2020, I think several months after that, we were planning, we were already booking venues and stuff like that. And yeah, it was, but it is what it is. We're finally here. And like, I'm telling you, man, for me, it's like, I was giving media interviews earlier today and it's a long time coming. I'm full of gratitude to America because I lived here for over 18 years, many years ago. At one point, I had one suitcase with all my life belongings. My mom lived with me in my dorm at Harvard. I slept on the floor. She slept on the bed in this small little tiny dorm room because she had nowhere else to go. I mean, we were dirt poor, eating one meal a day. And so it's so wild for me to come back to the States and be able to throw this event in Denver. It's just like, not in a million years could this have ever been, a dream of mine. It never was. And it would be impossible. So I'm just full of. I think the biggest feeling I have is just gratitude. I'm just full of gratitude for this whole experience.
That's amazing. I saw you. You actually posted your Harvard ID recently.
Yeah, I found it
from I think like the late '90s.
I graduated in 1999. Yeah,
1999. There it is, right over there. Look at you, svelte. That's amazing. That guy never would have believed any of this.
No.
What did that guy think? Like the future?
That guy had one suitcase and all of his life's belongings.
Wow.
And I mean, I didn't grow up poor. I mean, I grew up in a well-to-do family in Thailand. But my father went bankrupt and then abandoned the family. And then from then on, we had no house, no car, nothing. And it was my mother and myself, and then eventually my younger brother. But yeah, it was just a very tough time in life. And so yeah, when I was looking through old boxes, I found the Harvard ID. I'm like, wow, it's a trip.
Yeah.
So for me to come back in, I think this 25 years ago. Yeah, it's so crazy.
How old were you when your father left?
In my early 20s. But the Asian culture is you have to take care of your parents. I mean, that's just part of the Asian culture. As the oldest son, it's my duty. And then the transition happens much later than in the States. Basically, when you're 18, you leave the house. But yeah, I mean, my late teens, early 20s is when I remember my father. Yeah, things didn't go so well in the family.
What did he do?
He was a real estate in real estate business. Yeah,
and he went bankrupt and just left.
Yeah,
one day. Did he say goodbye?
No, he just disappeared.
Really?
Yeah, but I found him. So I didn't talk. I had a lot of anger in me. I didn't talk to him for decades because we just didn't see him.
Yeah.
So and you just have this. But I decided to go look for relatives in Thailand and try to find him. This was in 2015 or 16, around there. So just a few years ago, and I found him, and he was dirt poor, broken, and when you're a kid, you remember your parents in a certain way, and I just remembered him being a young, healthy guy, and he was old and frail, and in his 70s, and it just changes you. Like, wow. But no, I reached out to him because I wanted to resolve it, because it's a big family thing. With obviously my mother, and she's held on to a lot of hurt for many years. So it was just one of these things. I wanted to reach out and talk it out. And although he's a man of very few words, but the saddest thing, Errol, is that there was actually no time. He eventually passed away a couple of years after that. So we never reconciled fully. He did come to visit me in Singapore. And he's the guy that introduced me to Muay Thai. When I was 9 years old, he brought me to Lumpini Stadium, which is the mecca of Muay Thai in Thailand. And as a kid growing up, that was my thing, martial arts. And so it's kind of, you just never know in life how much time we have with our loved ones. And that's why I always say, man, it's really important. My biggest lesson is love truly is everything in life. And say you're sorry, say I love you to your loved ones, forgive others, forgive yourself. Every human being has their imperfections and mistakes. And sorry, I'm getting kind of emotional about my dad,
my heart goes out to you. I'm happy to hear, though, that you are at least able to reconcile a little bit with him, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if you didn't get that opportunity, that would have weighed on you forever.
Definitely. But the sad thing is, I would love to have been, brought him to a one championship event. That would have been full circle. Got a chance. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he is very happy for what you've done and what you're going to accomplish on May 5th. It's a big deal. Why is this important to you, though? Because you guys are doing very well in Asia. You have planted your flag in many different markets. Why do you even need America?
Well, the U.S. market is the world's largest sports market, and to be a truly global property. I mean, obviously we're broadcast on primetime on Fridays, once a month on Amazon. But to be truly global, you have to have live events, live broadcasts on a much regular basis, so that it becomes part of, the culture, everyday life, the fandom, all that stuff, right? And yeah, the last 11 years we've been very, very lucky. We've built this, big monster of a martial arts machinery, but we just never came to the U.S. It's for one reason or another, and now's the time. So like I said, it's been surreal for me, but also at the same time, I'm just so full of gratitude to be here.
How's it going with Amazon?
Super well. I have a meeting with Marie Donahue, the global head of sports, May 6th. She's coming to the event.
Oh, nice.
To talk about bigger stuff. So we'll see. Knock on wood.
Okay, so everyone's happy. You're happy. They're happy.
I would say exceedingly happy. We've exceeded expectations. We've exceeded the numbers that Amazon had predicted for us. And again, discussions that we're having right now are to deepen and widen the partnership. So we'll see.
When is the initial deal done?
5 years. So it's 5 years as of August last year.
Oh, so you still got a lot.
Yeah, but
it
somehow,
might change. Yeah,
because the numbers have been very strong. That the conversations now about let's do something bigger and let's do something big.
Is there any particular reason why you chose Colorado for this first event?
Well, our U.S. team obviously went from state to state, and several states have approved the global rule set.
Yeah,
and I think for American mixed martial arts, obviously Colorado has a significance to it. So when all said and done, we're like, look, the Colorado Athletic Commission was super hungry to get one there. The community was as well, and we thought, it's a historic moment. I mean, obviously. Mixed martial arts was born in Asia. It was born in Japan, I think in Shuto, 1983 or 84, around that time. But the American birth was really 1993. And I was living in the States at the time, and yeah, so it's wild again. But so I think, there's a few reasons, but the practical reason is Colorado was quite aggressive. They wanted it, and we said, okay, let's do it.
And so will it be the same rules and same scoring as you?
Yes, everything. Everything is the same as what we do in Asia.
Okay.
So knees to a grounded opponent, which we believe that the global rule set is the most superior rule set, and hence why we have a 70% finish rate as an organization versus, again, 35 to 40% for the two other global organizations. But I think American fans, no matter what, are in for a huge treat.
What about the scoring?
So it's the same thing. Exactly the same.
Wow.
Everything. So it's a full fight scoring.
Yeah, not the round by round.
And it's based on, near KO, near submission as the number one priority, then damage, and et cetera, et cetera. So there's, that's the beauty. And again, I'm so excited for American fans to watch this, because there is no such thing as gaming the system of, last 10 seconds, go for a takedown, lay and pray, win 10-9. There is none of that, in our mixed martial arts product, right? So American fans are the way to think about it is it's one big round as if it was a street fight. Right? It doesn't matter if somebody is, pitter-pattering but if you get massive damage the last 30 seconds of a street fight, you know who won.
Right.
And that's the ethos. Martial arts, the birthplace of martial arts was Asia, right? Has been Asia. 5,000-year history. And why was martial arts invented in the first place? It's to defend yourself against an enemy, against someone coming to your house, and, mugging you, murdering you, whatever it is. So the point of martial arts is to finish fights. It's not to dance around and play a game.
Right.
So I do feel that the American fans are going to be in for a big treat when they see one on ground on a regular basis. It's going to be it's just another product that fans can enjoy.
By the way, you mentioned the two other global promotions. Who are those two?
Well, I mean, it's UFC and Bellator. I mean, everyone knows that.
Not PFL.
I think you should take a look at, hard facts and numbers. Yeah.
Tell me. Because I saw Don Davis just today post something about his numbers.
Well, let's look at Nielsen. They came with an industry report of the top 20 largest sports media properties.
Mm-hmm.
And they came out with it last year, right? I think about a year ago. Yeah. According to Nielsen, our TV reach, unique reach, meaning viewers who watch one champion, is 400 million plus. I think 409 million. UFC was 259 million. This is global numbers, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And Bellator was at 11 million. Okay, so those are in the combat sports. Now, they had all the sports properties lined up together.
Yeah.
That's Nielsen. Then, if you are a casual fan, just go to all the social media pages. Look at the number of followers. Look at the engagement rates. Look at the organic video views. UFC, okay, let's just take Facebook, for example. UFC, I think, has about 40 million fans on Facebook. We have 38 million fans on Facebook. Bellator, I think, has 2 million, 3 million. I think PFL has 1 million.
Mm.
But you got to look at the engagement rates. I mean, that's how you know if you have a real fan base, right? But then if you look from the financials perspective, there's only 2 companies in combat sports globally that have $1 billion plus valuation, based on investors saying, hey, we looked at all your numbers, looked at all your data, we want to invest, and it is what it is. I mean, that's just, so I would rather look at hard facts and figures, verifiable, and anyone can do this. Just go to Nielsen.com, download the report. They have all the metrics across TV, social media, digital, et cetera, and then instead of rhetoric, right? So
fair. Interesting time in the fight world. WWE sold, Bellator on the market. We'll see what happens. Might be imminent. Would one ever be up for sale? Would you ever,
Never.
Never. You would never consider selling it?
Never.
Someone comes to you with a $9 billion deal like WWE?
Never.
Why not?
Ariel, I'm a lifelong martial artist. I've been doing this since I'm a kid. 38 years of Muay Thai.
I know.
I train every day.
One suitcase, but $9 billion? Ride off into the sunset. No, it's okay. Don't worry.
Said no.
DC, sorry. He doesn't deserve it anyway.
I'm not here for the money. I'm not doing it for the money. I'm doing it because this is my greatest passion in life. I train Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu every day. I've been doing Jiu-Jitsu for 16 years, Muay Thai for 38 years. This is my passion. This is what I love to do most in life, is martial arts. I'm obsessed. And it's not about money. It's about spreading the beauty of martial arts. It's about showcasing the greatest fighters on the planet across multiple disciplines.
But it is a business, right?
Of course. No, of course. It is a business. But I do
offers you a deal you can't refuse. You're set up for life.
No. Okay, so
has someone offered you a great deal? Have people come to you and
in the past, in the last 11 years since I founded the company,
right,
we have had times where people came up and said, hey, we'd like to offer, we never engage. We just don't engage in those kind of discussions.
Not even listen.
Okay, Ariel, what would I do? What would I do with a boatload of cash? What would I do?
Be a good life. No stress. People falling out of fights, people drama, weigh-ins, contracts. Who needs this stress?
Man, this is what I love.
You love it?
I mean, every city I go to, the first thing I do is drop my bags, shower up, and go train. That's what I do. In every city, whether I'm in Tokyo, London, New York, LA, it doesn't matter. That's what this is what I love.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. And again, yes, it has been a crazy roller coaster of a ride. 11 years, this journey, but man, you cannot buy. No amount of money can buy this incredible memory and this deep sense of gratitude. I came to America, lived the American dream with a suitcase and all of my life's belongings. And the plan was to immigrate forever in America, bring my mom here and my younger brother. I ended up buying my mom a house, apartment here in New York City. But to go back to Asia, to back to the birthplace of martial arts, and then come back to America, it's just been wild. I'm truly grateful. America is one of the greatest countries on the planet. It gave me an incredible education. It gave me a career. It gave me the financial resources to be able to go back to Asia and live my dream, which is launching one.
By the way, speaking of the rules, one last one on that. The weigh-ins. Your weigh-ins are a little bit different. How are they going to be in Colorado?
Same. Everything's the same.
Hydration.
So it's broadcast on YouTube, with all the officials, et cetera. The hydration and the weight, you have to hit both. So basically, one of the, I guess, negatives of combat sports is you see a lot of athletes dropping 15, 20 pounds of water weight, which is very damaging to your body. Just sucking all the water out and then rehydrating 24 hours and then competing. Athletes who've done that system have come onto the one system, which is basically we test your hydration through the week and your weight. So meaning that your body has to be healthy. You have to be at your walking weight. You can't manipulate your weight by sucking out the water. So you're obviously going to feel a lot better throughout the whole week, and then when you go compete, and that's kind of the thought process.
Okay, so that will be the same. So Matt,
Colorado, everything is the same in Colorado, and actually we have multiple states. So
are there more American shows planned for this year?
I don't want to comment.
Okay, sounds like maybe.
You're a master at getting facts. You can dig.
In October, when we spoke, it seemed like you didn't want to say just yet about the May debut. Obviously, you're here. And so I'm wondering now if you're committing to 2 or 3 this year in America.
I'll just say that this is the very beginning of the U.S.
Expansion.
Yeah, expansion.
Okay.
And we have some very serious discussions going on right now. This is the beginning. This is the beginning. I truly believe that we have an outstanding, unique, differentiated product as the home of martial arts, something very authentic, but we showcase the very best martial arts across the different disciplines. So, Denver, next week on Friday, American fans are going to enjoy the very best strikers on the planet, the very best grapplers on the planet, the very best mixed martial arts on the planet, and you get all in one show. So it's like the Olympics of martial arts, okay? And that's just something very unique. And our production value is very unique. It's very Asian mixed martial arts of origin. So it's just a very unique flavor of martial arts. And I think, what's crazy, right, is we announced the date, I think back in January, the marketing team announced a date, put up a ticket link, and maybe a couple fights. Within a week and a half, we were 70% sold out.
Wow. And
then, we sold out the venue several weeks ago, and now I'm kicking myself because I told our team, we have no fan base in America. We're still relatively new, which is true. We're a brand new brand. So I said, this is before when we're planning this thing, right? I said, hey, let's just choose a small 7,000 capacity, as opposed, and the team was like, no, let's go for 15,000, 20,000 seater, et cetera, et cetera. I said, guys, let's build in slowly. And so obviously I'm kicking myself now that we sold out several weeks in advance. But at the same time, I think it's a good thing because then you can build on that, right?
Sure.
If the demand is there. So we gave us confidence. It obviously gave Amazon confidence. It gave all of us like, hey, wow, we didn't realize we had a fan base in the U.S. having never been here before, right?
Well, the card is great, and you've got one of the greatest of all time, that man, Demetrius Johnson, who was here last Wednesday. And he's listen, I don't know if he's become a tremendous promoter or not, but he's definitely added some spice to this all because just the prospect of this potentially being his last fight, as he talked about on this show and other shows, to me makes it must-see TV, right? If this is truly the last time we can see Demetrius, you got to watch because I think he's top 5 greatest of all time.
I think he's the greatest of all time, and I'm not saying that purely because he's at one. When he was at UFC, I also thought that he was the greatest of all time, and here's why. Okay, you strip away the credentials and just look at his pure skill set as a martial artist. You look at his striking game, you look at his wrestling game, you look at his submission game, you look at his cage work, you look at his transitions. Then you look at the athletic attributes, his speed, his explosiveness, his fight IQ. You look at his balance. He never loses balance, a beat. And then you put in all the accolades. He won the title of the 2 biggest organizations in the world. Yes, he got knocked out by Adriano in the first fight, but he redeemed himself a year later, knocked out Adriano. Nobody has his body of work or body of accomplishments. I think he still has the record in the UFC for the most title defenses, I think, right? Something like that. But again, look at the skill set. Forget the marking on all the rhetoric because, every organization has its own strengths when it comes to marketing. You have to strip it out and say, just look at what you see. And again, maybe I'm judging it purely from a lifelong martial artist, so I can see things that other people may not be able to see. But if I just named all those attributes, and if you know nothing about mixed martial arts, or it's the same thing. If you know nothing about basketball, you look at Michael Jordan, the way he moves, right? You just do the highlight reel, and you're like, this guy moves different. He's Michael Jordan.
Do you believe, though, that this is the end?
I was shocked when DJ came out. And so I don't like it. I don't like to hear when athletes say they're going to retire because, if that's in your mind and you're going into a fight, it's not a great place. Now, but DJ is, again, the GOAT, so maybe he has the right to say it. But I'm like, wow, against your toughest adversary in your whole career, that's a scary place for DJ to be. But again, I haven't spoken to him at all, but I was very shocked. So, but knowing DJ, and I know him quite well, he speaks his mind, he speaks the truth. So if he's really genuinely saying this is likely his last fight, it probably is his last fight.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if he wins, I don't know, maybe that's a good thing or a bad thing for him. If he wins, maybe he wants to get another. But just the idea that we are approaching the end makes me sad. The card is great, like I said. You got Rotang on it. You've got Stamp Fairtex on it. You've got Sage Northcutt coming back. You have Roberto Soldic, who obviously we were very excited about the debut. Like, what are you thinking? You get this big fish, this massive free agent. He signs with you, and then it ends with a nut shot like that. Like, your heart, does it just sink?
Yeah. Yes, of
It's
course.
a horrible feeling, right?
It's a terrible feeling. That being said, Murad Ramazanov, is a Dagestani killer. If you ask anybody in Russia or in Dagestan, he's the number one middleweight by far in the country, okay? He fought at welterweight with because of our hydration system, right? Even though technically on an apples-to-apples basis because of walking weight. So DJ would fight at 135 on fight day in the UFC, even though he weighed in at 125, right? Because he's cutting the water weight. So I always look at fight day, what do you weigh? That's the real measure of a competition. So Murad Ramazanov, undefeated Dagestani, he's a killer wrestler. You can ask Khabib, anybody about him in the Dagestani circuit, this guy's a killer. He goes up against Roberto, who's, arguably the hottest free agent in many years. And I was pumped for this fight because I'm like, man, if Roberto can show dominance over a world-class wrestler like that, then he's really going to be one of the greatest of all time. If Murad, who's undefeated, shows dominance over a stud like Roberto, then wow, Roberto's a 2-division KSW champion, but I think, again, stripping away all the marketing, stripping away all the belts, you look at Roberto, he is a specimen. He hits like a monster truck, one punch power like I've never seen before. He has 85%, 90% KO rate. He moves, again, he's DJ-esque. His balance, his speed, his explosiveness, he's just, he's magical. That's the way I would describe him. When I first saw him train, because when we were, when he had offers from UFC and Bellator and we were considering an offer, I said, come here, and come to Singapore and let me see you train. Then he came in here and we hung out. I saw him train, and that's when I'm like, my goodness, this guy. Then I remember I texted GSP, George, who's a friend. I said, hey, George, what do you think about Roberto? He's like, this guy is a killer, Chatri. Because they trained it together at TriStar.
Yeah.
And well, I won't say all the backstories at TriStar, but Roberto put the hurt on a lot of the top athletes there.
And then so you give him this big deal and it ends like that, but now we get him back. So it'll be okay.
And I think it's a more fun matchup especially for American fans, because his opponent, Sebastian Kadestam, also has like an 80-90% KO rate. So you have two KO strikers who are genuinely, in my opinion, pound for pound, the best Europeans, full stop, today on the planet. So you get two big KO, one-punch KO knockout artists, an American card, because Americans love striking. That's one thing and then, on this card, you have Rotang versus Edgar Tabares. Edgar Tabares is a current WBC world champion in Muay Thai. Rotang is the current WBC, world champion in Muay Thai. And both guys like to bang, and it's Cinco de Mayo. So you get a lot of, Mexican Americans cheering, but they're going to see striking. When you say like, hey, Floyd Mayweather, greatest striker, and he is a great, phenomenal striker. I'm not going to take that away from Floyd under the rules of boxing, but he's had 50 fights. A good boxer will have 20, 30 fights. Elite world championship. Rotang is approaching 400 professional fights in Muay Thai. And he's 23, 24?
That's insane.
Yeah, because in Thailand, Muay Thai is not just a sport, it's a natural, the national heritage, the national treasure of Thailand. And everyone starts from a young age. And those who excel end up becoming professional fighters. I mean, because you start, typically your first professional fight in Thailand is 7, 8, or 9 years old, around that range. And then if you're really good, it keeps going.
Where do we stand with Francis Ngannou?
So Francis, we've been in discussions. I like Francis. I think he brings a lot to the table. I think that he'll have a tough time in our heavyweight division, to be very frank, which I've said publicly, and I think it's a big challenge for Francis. When you look at a guy like Anatoly Malikin, he's 12-0, was a former Russian national team wrestler, one-punch KO power. He's 12-0 with a 80% finish rate. That is the worst nightmare to face against a big striker like Ngannou. But at the same time, Francis has an X factor. You know, he's a giant monster, and he's you know. He has a bunch of offers on the table. He's waiting for our final offer.
Oh,
we have given him. I don't know. My team did it, but I'm gonna meet Francis this Saturday.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Where?
L.A.
In LA.
Yeah.
You're gonna meet, and is that when you expect to give him a final offer?
Well, he and I will sit down and talk.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, for sure, one can give him the biggest offer on the table out of all his bids, but you know, it has to work for him. It has to work for us. Everything's got to be
sure.
And you know, I just believe that, you know, meeting somebody, you get the you get the energy. You get the kind of like.
There's a thing now where a lot of people are saying that he messed this up. I saw Dave Feldman of BKFC saying, he's pricing himself out, and you see this guy, you know, boxing guys saying like, he's in for a rude awakening, and you know, the UFC guys out there being like, he should have taken their offer. Do you believe that he has misplaced his hand?
I think there's going to be big news on Francis, you know, shortly, and I think he's taking his time. He's very, from the few interactions I've had with Francis, he's very thoughtful and methodical and careful.
Very much.
Right, and at the same time, he's a very principled man. That's one thing I've learned about him. He's a very he does things on principle, and you know, a dollar here, a dollar there won't sway him. It's principles, and that's what's very admirable about him. By the way, it's at the same time, I do believe the world is his oyster. I do believe he's a big pay-per-view draw in boxing or in MMA. Of course, it has to be the right opponent, right? I think that Francis will run through the heavyweight division of all the other organizations. The only heavyweight division that will give him a challenge, even think of, let's say, a rising star like Buchecha. I think he's 5-0 or 6-0 in one. He is arguably the greatest grappler of all time. Right? He's a 13-time, 14-time Jiu-Jitsu world champion. He's run through all the opponents. That kind of style and he's incredible wrestling. That kind of style is a nightmare for Francis, right? And that's just a rising star within the heavyweight division. I'm talking, if you look at the cream of the crop, it's you know, versus, again, I've looked at the other heavyweight divisions, not to knock other organizations. I'm just saying, you know, again, looking at the skill sets of heavyweight division. And typically, again, in mixed martial arts, the heavyweight division has always been a weaker spot globally, right? It's because whereas the lower weight classes, the technique level, the athleticism, everything is because in heavyweight division, if you have one big punch, you can end the fight and not necessarily be the very best in the world.
Would you be okay with him boxing as well, or would you want him exclusive?
Well, if we did boxing, we would be a co-promoter with him.
Okay.
Yeah. So one of the big differences at one versus, again, I'll use UFC as a comparison point, is at one, you know, we offer multiple disciplines, right? So it's not just mixed martial arts, right? So we have done a WBC boxing world title fight before in one, right? This is in 2017 or 2018. So, and it was, you know, it was regular one show. You saw the Muay Thai, you saw the grappling, you saw the MMA, blah, 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 and we had a boxing world title fight. So, you know, the platform we've built, really, we want just the very, very best fighters on the planet. And this is what drew Roberto. I said to Roberto, you have so much talent, you could actually win a kickboxing world title. You can win boxing. You can win, you know, MMA. Why be restricted only to one organization's rule set and one thing? If you want to be the greatest fighter on the planet, you should be able to fight in multiple rule sets and win everything. Because that truly means you're the greatest combat sports athlete. If you fight in only a very refined rule set, then you're the best in that rule set. So, again, let's use Floyd Mayweather. He is arguably one of the greatest boxers in history, But as a striker, is he the best? No, Rodtang would destroy Floyd, destroy him. Not even close, okay? Because boxing is a very restricted rule set where you can have a bladed stance, you can do, you know, your hand here, one hand. You get kicked in the head, you get kicked in the legs, you get elbowed in the face, it's over, right? So again, Roberto's dream is to win the world title in MMA in one, win a world title in kickboxing, Muay Thai, and also a boxing world title. That is, then he's like, Chatri, I have accomplished everything, and I'll be one of one in the sport of in the realm of combat sports. And I'm like, man, this guy has big, big dreams. It's wild. He said, Chatri, look, he said, Crow Cop, who's his friend and his big brother, Crow Cop was able to do it in MMA and kickboxing. He said, Chatri, the world is bigger than that. I want to try.
I mean, you were giving guys that opportunity. One guy who never got the opportunity and was on my show in December and said he feels like he owes you, he feels like he kind of let you down because of some bad luck here and there, is Gordon Ryan. I don't know if you heard him say that, but he's like, I feel like I owe Chatri, I owe him one because for whatever reason, things didn't materialize. Was there ever any talk of him fighting on this card or competing on this card? Any plans of him being on a card?
No. Gordon offered, actually kind of funny, Gordon offered to fight for free.
Yeah.
In one. He offered.
Said he felt like he owed you. Yeah.
He DM'd me, I don't know, like several months ago, Chatri, let me fight for free. I'm like, I said, Gordon, I would never take advantage of your kindness. I said, with everything that happened with your stomach issue. So what happened was we signed him and then he had this stomach health issues and it looked like he retired. So he actually retired. And we, didn't put any negative pressure on him. It was supportive, did everything we could to help him. So we have a very positive relationship. And then, when I think it was UFC Fight Bash, I don't remember what it was.
Yeah.
He said, hey, Chatri, I want to compete in the States and you're not doing enough frequency right now. And at the time we hadn't even announced Denver yet, even though I knew we were coming. So I just said, yeah, no worries, and et cetera. And then he messaged me after that. He said, Chatri, I'd love to fight, and I would fight for free for you. And I said, no, that's not how it works here. If you're gonna fight, we'll pay you.
Any interest?
The biggest person. I would love to do at some point Tyrell Tolo versus Gordon Ryan. That would be a very intriguing matchup for me.
Grappling.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Although Ty and Cade both want to do MMA as well. But if you look at skill set, again, just stripping away all the credentials and all the marketing hype and rhetoric, if you look at the brothers like Cade and Ty Ruotolo, pure athleticism, pure skill set cardio, you look at their technique, their skill set, they are, arguably pound for pound the greatest grapplers on the planet alongside Mikey Musumeci.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we signed them.
On the card, yeah.
Yes, you could say Gordon is a heavyweight and et cetera, but I mean, I can make the argument, again, as a guy who's been jiu-jitsu for many years, I look at the skill set of Cade and Ty, raw skill set. Forget again about credentials and achievements, because sometimes that can be deceiving. It depends on who you fought, who was missing that year in that tournament, or whatever it is. There's many ways to, of course, I think Gordon is up there, but I don't subscribe to the fact that there's only one in a sport that's so young, and in a sport where there's a lot of people using steroids.
Yes, that is true. Yes.
So I know for 100% fact, Cade and Ty are 100% clean and natural, as is Mikey Musumeci, which is why we signed them.
Right. Okay.
They're the best in the world at what they do, and they're clean.
Okay. Say no more. One last one. We saw this past weekend that boxing, we just came out with the news, 1.2 million buys for Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia, which is tremendous. We see two promoters, two networks coming together. Would one ever be open to co-promotion, whether it's with a Ryzen, a Bellator? Like, would you ever be open or no?
Only UFC.
Only UFC.
Look, again, if you look at the largest players in the combat sports industry, pure facts and figures, forget about marketing.
Yeah.
Pure facts and figures. The Nielsen Industry Report, if you're a fan, you don't know anything, go see how many followers one has. We have 70 million social media followers globally when you include China and stuff. And I think UFC has 100 million plus. It's very clear there's two big giants, one in the East and one in the West. And I truly believe in our talent. And I don't look at it, again, from a pure, like, how much marketing hype, who's good on social media, et cetera, right? Again, a lot can be, how can I say, mismarketed as this guy is amazing. But he's actually not that great of a fighter, but he's amazing on Twitter. He's amazing at self-promotion. And that can get lost in the shuffle, especially with a casual or mainstream fan. But in one, I can tell you, every single person in these different disciplines are the best on the planet. That's the purest in me, right? That's like, okay, yes, I'm a businessman, I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm a lifelong martial artist. And like I said, there's no amount of money that, if someone offered me $10 billion to buy one, that doesn't motivate me. I'm a very simple guy. I don't have like Ferraris I have one car, a Toyota. I don't have material things. My life is not driven by material things. My happiest times in life is when I'm training Muay Thai or when I'm doing Jiu-jitsu. That's the happiest, 2 hours of my day, every day.
Well, you're going to get a chance to watch some great Jiu-jitsu, some great Muay Thai, some great MMA on May 5th, 11 fights total. 1 Fight Night 10, Johnson Rise 3, there's the poster right over there. Broomfield, Colorado, First Bank Center, 7 MMA bouts, 2 grappling bouts, 2 Muay Thai bouts, headlined by the great Demetrius Johnson against Adrian Rice, number 3. Maybe the last time we ever see Demetrius, first time we see Sage Northcutt in 3-4 years, which is incredible as well. In addition to everyone else, a great night of fights on Amazon Prime. If you're a subscriber, you get it. No extra fees, right?
It's live and free for Amazon Prime customers. Live and free. And I think they have 200 million subscribers, something like that. So if everyone who has Amazon, come watch it. Blow out the numbers for me, please.
Yes, May 5th in Broomfield. Now, when you come to our house here, we always appreciate it. And this new thing that we've been doing is playing a game of darts with our in-studio guest. Do you like darts?
I haven't played since, I don't know, a teenager.
You're not an excuses kind of guy, right?
No,
So we do 3 versus 3.
Okay.
These are the standings right now. Sky Nicholson, the Olympic boxer, got a 93. She's number 1. And I have beaten everyone but her, Chatri. I've beaten Jack Shore. I've beaten Chael Sonnen. We've got more people. Eddie Hearn, the great boxing promoter, joined us. Do we have the rest of the standings or just the top 3? Oh, there we go. DJ, I smoked him last week. You see, he only got an 18. Poor DJ. So perhaps for one championship.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
You can raise the numbers. Here we go. Me versus Chatri. Let's go. Let's see how you fare. And we're very kind.
Where is? Oh, right here.
It's right
okay,
over
got
here.
It.
You're very kind.
Okay.
We're very kind. We give you a practice shot.
Okay.
Just because different.
Meanwhile,
elements.
you've been practicing all
Listen,
day.
I mean, this is home field advantage. I let you choose.
Okay.
All right, you want the blue?
So I get one practice.
This is the line right over here.
Okay, got it.
One practice shot just to.
Oh, that's hard. Where
was that? Where was it? Oh, on the
that's
wall.
Terrible, yes.
I mean, a little.
Okay, got
a little higher. But I felt the force though. That was powerful.
I got it.
So here you go, 3, and we'll add up your score, and then we add up my score, right? And by the way, you can't cross the line, okay? No cheating. Right? So behind the line. If I win, do I perhaps get to compete on the card? Like what? Maybe I can get some sort of one championship deal, placement, contract. No, all right, just throwing it out there. Here we go, Chatri. First shot. Okay, a lot softer on that one. A 6, it appears, for the founder. Ooh, look at that. That was nice. Okay, wow. I think you were hustling me. Okay, so I thought you got a bullseye there. That's a 3. Here we go with a 6 and a 6. So 12.
Only
and
DJ.
15.
Worse than DJ.
Worse than DJ. Yes. Okay. Here's my turn. Are you nervous?
A little.
Okay. Well, you don't want to lose to like.
What is the technique? Because I almost tried like the whole basketball.
So
I feel like you're gonna need the whole wrist flick.
I've been told you put the foot like this. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, listen, I have a lot of people writing to me and telling me, so you put the foot like this, but I couldn't give you all the secrets. I gave you the extra shot. And so here we go, Chatri.
You do a little wrist flick. You do that whole wrist flick thing.
What was that? 16?
Man.
23? Oh, I almost got it in there. So 6 plus 16, 22, 29.
You're the man.
You're
the man, buddy.
It's the only athletic thing that I could probably beat you at. A little old-fashioned game of darts. May 5th, Amazon Prime, Broomfield, Colorado, First Bank Center, Demetrius Johnson's potential last fight, plus a whole host of other great fights.
American fans who have Amazon Prime, let's blow it up. Let's record viewership ever.
I can't wait. And it's on our time zone. That's fantastic. Good luck to you guys. Really appreciate you coming in as always.
Thanks again.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a quick break. Here's my conversation from this past Monday with Arnold Allen. We'll be back with much more right after this. Is the almighty one here? Are you kidding me? There he is. Wow, the legend himself. Mr. Arnold Allen. How are you? I like to do this like the rest of the day. Wow, look at you. Welcome. Is that Ipswich Town?
Yeah, of course.
Wow. By the way, you look gigantic. You also smell fantastic. Did you spritz yourself with some cologne?
I'm covered in some sweat.
Oh my gosh.
Bad meat sweats.
I know. We have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
You look. Well, I mean, you're busting out of that thing.
Oh, I know.
This is amazing. Actually, I was at my son's soccer game yesterday. My son football.
Okay.
And one of the dads was talking to me because I was wearing Nottingham Forest gear.
Yeah.
And I said, "What's your favorite club?" Ipswich Town.
Really?
And because of you, I was able to actually converse. Oh, last week they won 6-1. They're on a roll lately because I keep up with them.
Here?
He's from Ipswich.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
How about that? Yeah, he's British man.
We're all from there.
You guys you're rolling, right?
Yeah, it's going well. Second.
Are you going to be promoted?
Yeah, I should be. I think automatic promotion would be nice, but never know. Playoffs could be fun.
What is it, League One or League Two? You're League One.
Yeah.
So next
so
will
win
be
the
championship.
Yeah.
Wow.
Get back to the.
It's a nice kit.
Yeah, it's all right.
Is there a name on the back there? Is it your name?
It's mine.
Oh wow. Where'd you get that?
Someone gave it to me. Yeah. I don't know if I bought
the team or
Nah.
no, you got to get the team.
Actually, no. The team did give me this.
They
The team gave me this one. Yeah.
Okay. Is that home or away?
Home?
That's home.
Yeah, the Blues.
I'd love to. And what's this?
It's Ed Sheeran's thing. He sponsors them.
Yeah, I know, but what is that like?
This is a tour, the
What does that
Divide tour. This is, Ed Sheeran. Like when he goes on tour, this is.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
Wait,
the album
is
thing.
Ed Sheeran's team?
Well, he's a sponsor, the shirt sponsor.
Oh, okay, wow.
Yeah.
Look at you. It's sort of like Wrexham with Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
Crazy story, right?
Yeah, that's cool. I was watching it on what is he on?
Who, Ryan Reynolds?
The show.
Oh, Hulu.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
watching it. It's good.
This is Wrexham.
Yeah, that's the one. It's
Incredible. Well, Arnold, lovely to have you.
Thanks for having me.
How's life? How's things? Pretty good.
Life's good. Life's good.
We last saw you last Saturday, and you've been from which states have you been since Missouri? You fought in Missouri.
Yeah.
Not Kansas. A lot of people kept calling it Kansas. It's Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah, Kansas City. So I fought at Kansas City.
On a Saturday, last Saturday, April 15th.
Yeah. So we drove to the beautiful St. Louis for a night.
Okay.
Everyone said avoid it.
And how was it? What was the verdict?
We stayed in some dodgy hotel. And
Okay.
I felt like I was going to get murdered, but it was
It was
fine.
that bad?
It was pretty sketchy.
Okay.
The hotel was sketchy. I'll blame my missus for booking it. But
Okay.
that was fine. And then we drove to Nashville, which was really nice. 2 days we stayed there. Dressed as a cowboy for a little bit. Got a bit fat, ate some tacos, drank a little beer. Then I realized I don't drink. And I went home at 9. And then where did you go from there? Kentucky, because I wanted to go to the very first KFC.
Okay, wait. Now we're going too fast. Okay, I thought you were gonna. Wait. Let's take a step back. Here's you dressed as a cowboy in Nashville.
Yeah. It's quite an expensive outfit, that.
By the way, courtesy of your great YouTube channel, you've been chronicling this. You bought this in Nashville, and there you are eating. Why was it so expensive? How much did this
I
cost?
didn't realize cowboy gear was that expensive. The hat was a lot. The shirt was quite a lot.
And
the
were you
boots,
the only one dressed as a cowboy?
Probably the only
Really?
cowboy in Nashville, yeah. I
Is it not a big cowboy place? or
Well,
what?
there was a couple of cowboy hats flying around, but no one else was full cowboy like me.
Did you feel a bit
No,
embarrassed? No, you owned it.
Yeah, I just owned it.
Okay.
I owned it.
And the idea to travel around the states, to drive around, why?
So usually I fight and I'm away from home, and I just want to get home.
Yeah.
I've been home for a while, and I thought, you know what, whatever happens, let's go on a trip and sort of live a little bit. I never take a break after a fight, and I can't really train at the minute, so it's going to force me to take a break and actually be normal and be on holiday for a little bit. And after the last one, I think I need a reset, and
Yeah. And we'll get to all that, but I was talking about the fun stuff here. How long is this vacation lasting?
I don't know. So we're going to drive. We're going to spend it. I actually never planned anything. I didn't plan it.
You didn't plan it?
We didn't plan
Did someone plan it? Did your missus plan it?
Kind of loosely.
You have a flight?
No.
Okay.
No.
This is just open-ended.
Yeah. So however long it takes.
Are you going to Montreal?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Okay. Wow, this is really open-ended.
Yeah.
So this might be like a month or two.
Yeah. I
Okay.
don't know. Probably not that long. Maybe another week or so.
And what about this idea of eating all the bad food? Why are we doing this?
I always eat bad after.
Yeah. Like this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I've been running and like training every day, so I don't get too. I'm blessed with like good metabolism, so I'm like, I've been eating and working out, and then eating and working out. So at least for a week, I'll do whatever, and then like this week, obviously, try and get back to things.
Okay. And so you went to Kentucky, you said, and
I love KFC, so I went to the very first KFC.
And that's legit.
Yeah.
It was the first. You took a picture with Colonel Sanders, I saw.
himself,
Yeah. There you are, right over there.
Yeah, exactly.
What a legend. You didn't seem too happy, by the way, to meet Colonel. How was it?
It was great.
Was it good? Was it different than the regular one? Like if you'd get it from some other random place?
Yeah, it tastes different in England. I don't know if it's because we have different food standards or our chickens get treated a little bit better, I think. So.
You thought it was better in England?
Yeah.
Felt more natural?
Yeah, I think the chickens get a bit more love, you know. So
you were disappointed?
Not disappointed.
Okay.
It was what I expected, but it was good. But someone was trying to out me saying, "Oh, that's stupid. The first one was in Utah," and that's not true. It was the first franchised one in Utah.
Who tried to out you? Some
random guy. Come on, man. What are you doing?
Yeah. By the way, how could it be in Utah? It's Kentucky Fried Chicken.
It's Kentucky. It's not Utah Fried Chicken, is it?
Now, why did you have the gas station chicken sandwich in Kentucky if you were going to the actual Kentucky Fried Chicken first? Okay, that was a great conversation with Arnold Allen. We just had a great conversation with Chatri. I'm on a roll, by the way. I don't know if I've lost in quite some time. I don't count the Jack Shore loss as a loss, but I'm buzzing right now, guys. Frank, do we have some breaking news? Is the losing streak going to come to an end?
It's going to have to.
Forrest just scored, guys. Forrest just scored. Does that mean, can we get 3 points? Can we finally get 3 points?
We've got 10 minutes to go. I've officially pulled up the Peacock stream.
Oh,
I've
my
got you in one ear. I've got the Forrest game in the other. As you can see, dueling headphones. It'll be scenes if we can pull this off.
Forrest, our magic on and off the pitch.
I want to say we were plus 450 to win today.
At home?
10 minutes to go.
Oh, I'm so nervous.
Hold down the fort. This would be, when you talk about monumental in the race for relegation,
this is monumental.
We need this so bad.
Okay, ever since they tied Man City on February 18th, 4-0 loss to West Ham, tied Everton, 3-1 loss to Tottenham, 2-1 loss to Newcastle, drew Wolves, 2-1 loss to Leeds, 2-0 loss to Aston Villa, 2-0 loss to Nottingham to Manchester United, 3-2 loss to Liverpool. Their last win was a 1-0 win over Leeds on February the 5th. That was their last win. It's April 26th. Now, I'm trying not to get too ahead of myself. Can you just keep me posted? I don't know if I can.
I got you posted, man. This if we win this would get us to 17th.
This would get
one spot
out.
One spot out of.
You know yourself. Wow. And Man City winning?
Man City is winning. That's what everyone's going to talk about.
No one cares about that.
They're up 2-0. No, what matters is Forrest leading 2-1 right now, trying to stave off, trying to keep me as a fan.
I'm not going to turn it on. You know why? What do you mean trying to keep you as a fan? You're jumping off?
If we get relegated, at that point.
I'm staying.
At that point, Wrexham is almost in Forrest.
No, stop it. There's still like 3 leagues ahead. I'm staying forever. I'm
with you. I think the merch is too good.
The merch is too. Everything is too good.
Football dropped a collab with them. That's just fantastic.
And honestly, if I'm being like, the level of playing Championship is just better in Premier League. And then it's just EFL.
Of course, I agree. I'm there for the story of Wrexham.
Give me a Saturday fixture against Blackpool over Man United any day.
We talk about fixture.
Yeah.
We're really ingrained now. We are really ingrained as we enter the 83rd minute.
Still up?
Brighton Forest. Still up.
I can't watch. Too nervous.
Answer a couple questions.
Let me answer a couple questions. Oh, my gosh. What about Francis Ngannou and Chatri on Saturday? I should have asked to be there myself. Maybe a little, third party, a little, hey, guys, what do you think? We'll see what happens there, but that's an interesting little nug. Number 16, Wild Bill the Thrill. We go back to the on-the-nose questions brought to you by our good friends over at Squarespace, and then still to come our picks, and then we say goodbye. A fictional question for you today. You and the gang have a 12-hour road trip. Who is driving? Who won't be allowed to drive? Who's in charge of the music? Definitely not Frank. What is being talked about? Who's getting kicked out first? Does Frank sleep the entire 12 hours? Wow. What are the must-have snacks? Will the relationship survive? Who sits where? Can I tell you who I think should drive? 1,000% not me. I will fall asleep within 15 minutes. Even today on the way, I'm dozing off. Like, it's a real problem. It's a real problem. I'll tell you who I trust the most behind the wheel. New York Rick.
Say it. What? Because of the Tesla? It drives itself.
No, and I say this, and one time he did actually get into a little bit of a fender bender, but I feel like, he has shown that he has the stamina to go,
I'm a good long road driver. I can drive through the night for sure.
And I feel like you won't get phased. You're unflappable. You won't get nervous. You won't get tired.
I don't need a co-pilot. I've never been the one who's like, you got to stay awake with me while I'm driving. I can cruise all day.
I do think the problem is I think you're very proud. And even if you are tired, you're the kind of guy like myself who will never admit it, and you'll forge on, and that might be to your detriment. Your thoughts?
We saw it in the Royal interview.
I used to be.
That's not a real thing. Don't make that a thing. That is not a real thing. Just
I used to be, but no longer. Too dangerous.
Are you offended by this, GC? Would you have preferred to get the nod?
No, of course not. I've ridden with Rick before in said Tesla, and I mean, it was a great experience.
Okay.
I have a feeling if
chopping it up.
Rick wasn't driving, he would have a lot to say about whoever is trying.
Who's not allowed to drive? I mean, I did fail my license 4 times, but I'm good for road trips.
Me and Frank driving the shoes on or off?
Yeah.
I can trust. I think I can trust all of us. Actually, Frank doesn't have a car. I don't know when the last time he drove was.
I've been driving since I was like 3.
You haven't driven?
Driving. That's right, Andy. Driving. I've been driving.
I like it. I don't mind Andy behind the wheel. I mean, she drives this train, right? She's conducting this traffic.
Wow.
So
she does make choo-choo sounds whenever she takes the stage.
Choo-choo.
What about the music? Definitely, Frank. See, the problem
Not
with
me.
Yeah, the problem.
I'm
with,
out.
You're not a music guy, and the problem with Frank and the music is he's like a snob. So he's going to be like, I only like Linkin Park. Circa 2001.
Dolby Atom sound. Like,
yeah.
Just be killing us for the sound quality and everything.
You guys are trying to.
Rick
trying
is
to beat me right now.
Rick will be the podcast guy.
Yeah, for sure.
I would. take you on a sonic journey.
By the way, can I just say, I don't know if podcasts are good for road trips.
They are.
Oh, I disagree.
For road trips?
Yeah, nice little break.
Like an NPR podcast.
We're all going to sit around and like, what are we going to do? Listen to a podcast together?
Listen to Serial.
It's a 12-hour ride, man. We're going to have some lulls in the conversation.
How many breaks? I like to try to do it all in one shot.
Oh, you're one of those.
Yeah.
12 hours is no way we're going.
I once drove 18 hours.
I'm going to have to take a break. 18 hours, no breaks?
I mean, I stopped to get gas. But
now, when you say one shot, you don't mean like not even stop to like use the bathroom and get food?
If I can avoid it, I'd like to avoid it.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
No,
you got to pull over.
Start.
We give
gonna
Ariel
have to
some
pull over a couple
Dramamine.
times.
He's out. We enjoy the ride.
I don't like, by the way, going out of our way for a stop. Like if it's one of those rest stops that's right there, you make a left out. But like sometimes my wife is like, oh, there's a Friendlies 5 minutes off the exit. I'm like, I'm not making a whole big circle to go to the Friendlies. If it's there, it's there. Otherwise, I'm just going straight. You guys okay with that?
No, I can respect that. But stops are going to have to be made. I can't make it 12 hours.
Okay. Who's in charge of the music? What is being talked about? I mean, just life. You can't plan those things,
Just let it flow.
You just got to let it flow.
I can never get a word in edgewise. So
must have snacks, no big deal. And I do think, by the way, the relationship survives. He does ask a good question here, Wild Bill the Thrill. Who sits where? Who's getting shotgun?
So I actually think the relationship not only will
thrive,
will strengthen because
I agree.
We'll be able to look back on it and be like, man, that was a fun road trip.
So when are we doing it?
Where are people going to sit?
Also, where are we going?
I don't know how you guys play by the rules. I'm a big shotgun guy, so any breaks that we're taking, I'd be looking to rip shotgun as soon as possible.
I'm okay with that.
Or we cemented once the road trip starts.
I think
you got to kind of stay in your seats.
I think that feels fair for a 12-hour ride. Yeah. So I'd be looking to get out of the house or wherever we're leaving from as soon as possible. Get a big shotgun yell. Try and get that. But are we in a van? If we're in a minivan, I could do captain seats as well.
I love a good captain seats. I'm big on the captain seats.
Yeah, captain seats actually rivals the front seat.
Wait, what's the captain seat? Is it
bucket seats?
Yeah, like the two in the front.
In a minivan.
How do you guys feel about people sleeping? Because there's some people who are like, we're all in this together.
Nah, go for it.
You want to sleep?
Do your thing. Do your thing.
How do you feel about people wearing headphones in the car?
Absolutely.
Rip them, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Put 'em
go
on.
for it.
All right,
You
going?
want us
Casey,
all,
do
you just
four
you just
different
want us
mixes
all
if
to be doing this together.
Yeah, I
How
kind
many
of feel.
How many driver switches are we making?
None. Zero.
Oh, no.
Whoever signs up to
Really?
drive, is
You're
committed.
locked in.
Okay,
You're
12
locked in.
hours.
Even if they're
maybe
like,
6 and 6
I
or
can't
something.
feel my foot, you still drive.
Man, one time.
Casey says driver always controls the music and volume.
Yeah,
I can
They
agree
say
with
that's
that.
that's
I can
the rules
respect
of the
that.
road.
One time, my good friend and I, Jason Tackefman, we woke up on a Saturday morning. We drove to Toronto to watch Blue Jays Indians, like a 3:00 start, and then drove back to Montreal. 6-hour drive, all in one day. And he drove the whole way. Didn't trust me to take us home. So
I can understand.
We're heading to VA.
is there a penalty kick situation going on here? What is going on? I mean, I'm so nervous right now. Yeah, I saw a handball.
We're reviewing right now a potential handball. What is this? I thought you said you weren't going to.
I had to turn it on. I'm sorry.
turned it
I had to
on?
turn it on. Yes, I had to turn
This
it on.
call, if it doesn't go our way, it's definitely because you turned it on.
Oh my God, it's handball for Forrest.
We would be taking the penalty. Yes.
Oh, that's great. This is great
looks
news.
Like it was a handball.
This is good news.
Baby. Oh baby.
Are we getting the call?
I think so. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Okay,
Force
we
fans
continue. We
crying.
continue. Oh, here's the guy. He's saying, "Oh yes, penalty kick,
Yes.
penalty."
Yes.
They're crying at the city ground. Oh my God, the absolute scenes. Fuck you, Brighton. Fuck you. By the way, I'm gonna go see Brighton versus Newcastle on Newcastle
Yeah,
on July
June I'll be
28th.
there. Oh yeah, July. Yeah, I'll be there.
You're going?
Yeah, Rebel Stadium.
You got tickets?
Yeah, maybe we'll run into each other.
Did you buy tickets?
Are tickets out?
Yeah, they came out today.
Oh wow. No, I didn't buy tickets yet, but I was.
I'm trying to get
strongly considering
freebies,
going.
if I'm being honest.
That's all right. I'll pay. I support the league. You know.
Yeah, sure. Oh my God, can we do a little play-by-play? Is that all right? Who's taking it? Oh, there's some pushing. You see the pushing going on right now?
Yeah, I got it.
This is like a watch-along.
10 minutes added. 10 minutes.
Oh, they're trying to screw them. They're trying to screw
My
them.
word. Well, if we get this, it doesn't matter. Gibbs White taking
10
it.
minutes added. Oh, is it Gibbs White? By the way, you're a little bit ahead of me here. I don't really like this.
Oh, do you want me to not ruin it?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of the play-by-play man.
Here, wait.
Wait, I just refreshed. I just
paused it.
refreshed.
You tell me where you're at.
Okay, and Brennan just went off, right?
Just tell me the time you're at so we can sync this up.
Okay, 90, 20, 90, 21, 22,
Oh my
23.
gosh, you're way behind.
Well, how
Keep
far?
Counting. Keep counting. I'm at 36. Keep
Oh my. Okay, here we go. Well, I'm doing it. Morgan Gibbs
Here, where
White
you at?
lining up here. Don't say anything. All right. 31, 32.
I'm trying to, 31, 32. All right,
34,
keep going.
35.
Yeah.
Here we go.
36,
To
37.
get us out
All
of the
right.
relegation
Synced up,
zone.
synced up.
Come on, 40, 41. MG
Yeah.
Dub.
Yeah, we're
MG
synced
Dub.
up.
Come on, they're praying at the city ground. They're doing the Hail Mary. They're doing it. You know, the Father, Son, the Holy Ghost. Here we go. Go top right. Top right, MG Dub. Here we go. And he scores it! Yeah! MG Dub! You fucking haters! Here we go! Here we go! Forest the magic all on the pitch! Forest the magic all on the pitch! All on the pitch! Yeah! Premier League champs, baby! MG Dub! First win since February 5th! We're taking it! Suck it, Brighton. Suck it, haters. Oh my God. Oh my God, my son just texted me. Oh my God. You know what it's doing voice note to my son right now, and it says, you fucking haters, Siri, go Siri. Call Hooker, all on the bitch. Yeah, a chance, baby. First words, February 5th. We're taking it. It's still going. It's still
Press send.
You have to
Press
at
send
least-
now.
If
Oh
you
my
don't send
God.
it, you
Press
have to
send
screenshot
now.
it.
I'm
If you don't send it, you have to
screenshotting it right
screenshot.
now, and I'm deleting it. 3-1. Oh my God, this is one of the great. And guess what's happening tonight, Rick? Guess what's happening tonight?
You tell
Come
me.
over to the dark side, baby.
I might. I honestly might.
If you ever question my fucking love for this team, I'm all in. Look at Brendan on the sidelines there. Love that guy. They wanted to sack Stevie Cooper, Rick. Did you see that? They wanted to sack Stevie Cooper. Just stop being so reluctant, okay? Just jump on.
Well, Man
I
City.
just. I can't.
3-0.
Fuck Man City. Fuck them. All right? No one cares about that game. No importance whatsoever. All right, let's go. Good afternoon, Ariel. I've been a religious listener, watcher of your shows for years. Best in the biz. My question is, how did it feel to hear the Nature Boy shout you out on JRE. Even cooler to hear Joe say that he likes you and that your show is great. Hearing that personally made me happy for you, so I'd love to hear your thoughts. Shout out to the boys, GC, Rick, Frank. Keep up the amazing work and watch the gold, Chico. What about Ric Flair just putting me over? I mean, like really putting me over. That was incredible. What about Ric Flair thinking that I used to be a fighter? Also incredible. Nice comments from Joe. Felt like he tried to change the subject a little bit. That's fine. Brought up my Uncle Gad. Actually, my Uncle Gad, who is a popular guest on his program, is going to come in studio one of these weeks. He's going to be in New York, so that will be exciting. As I have said before, no real, no beef there. People got upset when I said one thing. Like, Joe was really kind to me at the very beginning of my career. We did that video. He called me one of the best in the business. All this stuff, and I've said you could pull it up. I've said on this show, I think he's an asset on the broadcast. There are people calling for him to not be on the broadcast. I think he adds a lot to the broadcast. He only shows up for the pay-per-views, and it's a perfect role for him. And so, it to me, what was cooler was, that's freaking Ric Flair. That's the Nature Boy. That's Nate just talking about me like we're pals. And very nice things as well. Very nice words. And I did see him at WrestleMania. So look, we come in peace and love, peace and love. There's no beef. It's very nice. And I appreciate all the kind words very much. I'm just hyped about this win. It's been fucking 2.5 months since they won a game. MMA Hour Crew, this is from Leroy Jenkins. NFL draft week is upon us, so I'm curious to hear what past draft picks you were most excited by, doing your best to eliminate the knowledge you currently have of their performance. Conversely, what player or coach departure, either via trade or free agency, were you most saddened or angered by? Sorry, I have to catch my breath. I was very excited. Well, the Bills made that trade for Sammy Watkins, but they traded away too much. But people were excited about that one. I was with GC when they drafted James Cook last year, and he talked him up big time because he was he's a Georgia boy, and I think he's going to be a solid addition to the team. I will admit, like the Josh Allen one, I wasn't sure about because there was a lot of talk about Josh Rosen. Was it Josh Allen? Was it Josh Rosen? But I was excited that they were finally getting a top level quarterback. What player or coach departure, either via trade or free agency, were you most sad and angered by? I was sad when Don Beebe left back in the day. That was sad when he went to the Packers. When Thurman Thomas went to the Dolphins at the end of his career, that felt weird. I was not happy about that. I mean, in basketball, I was super sad when they traded Patrick Ewing, when the Knicks traded Patrick Ewing. I was like mixed emotions when the Knicks traded John Starks because we were getting Sprewell, but I loved Starks. I was upset when they traded Charles Oakley for Marcus Camby because I loved Oakley, but it all worked out in '99. Yeah, draft is tomorrow. Are you into the draft, GC? Do you care about that or not really?
Oh yeah, I always have been. I mean, when the pandemic hit and that was like the only thing that was going on, I was super...
Oh, do you remember that draft?
Oh my God.
It was like the first thing, right? Like first event.
I had like 20 different bets on just for the first round. I did Edward 40 hands for the entire first round where you tape the 40-ounce beers to your hands. It was a fantastic time.
Never even heard of such a thing.
What? Edward 40 hands? You never heard of that?
No.
Huh.
Edward 40 hands. What does that mean?
You take 40s and duct tape them to your hands.
Usually want to drop your pants.
What?
You don't have to drop your pants. What are you talking about?
Well, when do you have to go to the bathroom?
I mean, you just finish the 40s and then you take it off and then you go to the bathroom.
What's going on with Brian Kelleher? Before you say some shit, I will release a statement sometime in the near future. Out of my control, the UFC advised this and will not allow me to fight. More details to come. Very unfortunate news. What happened?
I don't know, but he's out of his fight with Journey Newsom this weekend.
Oh, man. Because of him?
Yeah, Journey's still on the card. He's getting a last-minute replacement, a debutant, on 3 days' notice.
Oh, that's too bad. You know what also is too bad? Brighton losing. Just lost to Man United on penalty kicks. NBD. Mitch, hey, Ariel, I have a hypothetical I'd love to hear your thoughts on. Let's say the Knicks make it all the way to the NBA Finals. I mean, the seas are parting between this result today and what might come. Although I don't feel great. I don't know. I don't want to say anything. I'm generally a pessimist when it comes to my teams, but feeling good right now. I'm not going to lie. Okay, all the way to the NBA Finals. What would be your dream matchup with the remaining teams left in the Western Conference? Give me anyone. I don't care. Those last 2 games in the Garden were insane. I can't imagine what the energy would be like if the Knicks were to continue winning. I mean, yeah, the city will freaking explode. There's no love like the love that New York has for the Knicks. Like Yankees doesn't compare. Rangers don't compare. Rangers don't compare. I just said that. Islanders don't compare. Mets don't compare. Nets, like, it's just different. Giants, Jets, just different. That's New York's team. And we've been waiting for so long. We've been waiting for so long, and we still got to get by the Cavs. I don't think that's fait accompli, by the way. I really don't. They're tough. They're not going to roll over. And, you get the Bucks or the Heat next. It's exciting. I mean, there's nothing better than being a fan. There's nothing better than your team winning, than feeling good, than feeling excited. This is why I love sports and sports journalism. It's an escape. There's a lot of shit to be sad about. There's a lot of shit to be down about, depressed about. But, like, there's not, like... Did I break my toys? I don't even know what happened here. I hope I didn't break my toys. It's just fun. Being a fan is fun. It's the ultimate escape. That's why I feel like what we do is such a privilege. Last one. Hello, MMA Hour. Quick question. Out of all these fictional athletes, who would you like to interview the most? Rocky Balboa, Ricky Bobby, Kenny Powers, Jesus Shuttlesworth, Ricky Wild Thing Vaughn of Major League, Happy Gilmore. Oh, my God. God, that is a tough question, man.
Shooter McGavin.
What was the list again?
Okay, this is the list. Oh, are you watching this, by the way? I'm sorry, guys. It's just Rocky Balboa, Ricky Bobby, Kenny Powers, Jesus Shuttlesworth, Ricky Vaughn, Wild Thing, Happy Gilmore. So... am I interviewing the actor or the character? It sounds like it's the character.
Willie Beeman, baby. Any Given Sunday. The GOAT. That's the one.
Yeah.
Great movie.
But that's not on here.
I don't know.
I know. I'm saying that's the one.
Yeah.
Kenny Powers is a good one.
Honestly, he's way down on my list.
I'm going to assume Happy Gilmore's up there for me.
Well, because that's what I'm asking. You know?
Yeah, you're interviewing the character.
Am I interviewing Adam Sandler?
No, you're interviewing.
Yes, but imagine Kenny Powers was a real human, which I'm sure somewhere out there's probably somebody who's pretty close to Kenny Powers. That would be a very fascinating interview.
Yeah, I think I might. Honestly, I think if we're just doing the character, I think I might do Rocky.
Sure.
If we're just doing the character.
Rocky, like what era though?
Just Rocky Balboa.
I'm going to say in their prime.
Okay, so
Rocky. I think I'm going Rocky. Jesus Shuttlesworth was a G, right?
Yeah, but I feel like there's not a lot to say there. There's not a lot of depth there.
Okay, so
I'd almost rather interview Jake, if I'm being honest.
Okay, I'll go Rocky. Wait, Jake who?
Shuttlesworth, the dad.
Oh, yeah, legend.
Way more interesting story.
You mean Denzel?
Yeah.
Yeah, legend. What a great movie. I'm going to go Rocky, Happy, Jesus, Wild Thing, Kenny, Ricky.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, man.
Go Brighton.
Yeah, go Brighton. That was like too easy. Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
Way too easy.
3-2.
Offside.
Yeah, you fucking
Good
bitches.
for the differential.
Yeah, you bitches. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with those guys. That's a great question, though. That's a unique one. Man, what about those movies? How would you rank them? Rocky, Talladega Nights, Eastbound and Down, He Got Game, Major League, Happy Gilmore?
Well, Eastbound and Down is TV, so that one kind of falls on its own.
Sure. I'm going to go Major League first.
No way. Rocky. I mean, come on.
You know, I watched Rocky 1 with my son recently. He's very slow at the beginning. He's very slow. It's like,
I've never seen the OG Rocky, actually.
What about the
I'm going to go
Rocky 3?
Okay, here's the test. It's late night. It's TNT. There's always like one of these classics on, after the NBA playoffs. Which one is getting you to stick around?
Major League.
Major League is probably getting me to stick. Actually, it's been so long since I've seen He Got Game. It might be He Got Game.
No, that's even slower than Rocky. I mean, you guys are talking
I love the
about
way it was shot.
I mean, Talladega Nights is getting. I mean,
Spike's great, but that's probably the most popcorn one. Talladega Nights is probably the one that
is my last pick.
Have you seen Talladega Nights?
Yeah, it's too silly.
I haven't.
Not for you.
I'm going.
Silly. Yeah, it's a Will Ferrell movie.
Yeah, but it's like I want
the Rocky slander. I mean, wow.
Rocky's gonna make me fall asleep. I'm going Major League or He Got Game or Happy Gilmore are keeping me up for a little bit.
Happy Gilmore, I'm definitely tuning in.
Nothing keeps me up more than an Adam Sandler movie, but
yeah, moment to moment, Happy Gilmore's got a lot of good stuff. So if you're just flipping through and you got 5 minutes, Happy Gilmore's probably the answer.
Man, Major League is great. Major League is great scene after great scene after great scene.
Sandlot.
Sandlot. Okay. It's pretty good.
By the way, Sandlot keeps me around for sure. Forever. Thank you very much to everyone who sent in questions, and thank you very much to Squarespace as well for helping us out. We appreciate them tremendously. Squarespace, as you know, is an easy way to start your own beautiful website and grow your brand. If you're trying to start an MMA blog, if you're trying to start a travel diary, a recipe blog, perhaps a Nottingham Forest blog, maybe you're going to talk about today's big win or tonight's big win over those losers from Brighton. Where the hell is Brighton anyway? No one even cares. No one even knows. Anyway, Squarespace is the place to be. It's your spot. With Squarespace, you can make your own blog, but so much more. Create email campaigns, set up an online store, even sell premium gated content like tutorials or newsletters. You can head to squarespace.com/MMA Hour right now for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code MMA Hour. That's MMA Hour to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Everyone is their own brand now. Everyone's trying to get something out there. Everyone's trying to sell something. Newsletters, video, blog, all that stuff. Go to Squarespace. One spot for all your needs. They are the best. Squarespace.com/MMA Hour is where you need to go. Thank you very much to them for their support. The final score, by the way, in the City Ground. And they are rocking over there. Oh, my God. What are the scenes? I mean, tell me about them. This is fantastic. I'm trying to find my other ad read here. But by the way, I hope you put a little bit of action on Nottingham Forest. What were they, GC? Plus 400 at home?
Plus 475.
The disrespect. Hopefully you went to DraftKings and you slammed them. And hopefully tonight you slam. By the way, tonight is an insane night in the NBA. Knicks, Cavs, Lakers, Grizzlies. I'm pretty sure Warriors, Kings, and Heat, Bucks all tonight. Insane slate of action. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook right now, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers can make a $5 pregame moneyline bet and score $150 in bonus bets if their team wins. Download the app now. Sign up with the code TheMMAHour. That's code TheMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. If you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Massachusetts, call 800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. In New York, call 877-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Kansas, call 1-800-522-4700. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resorts, 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. State-specific responsible gambling resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Opt-in require one bonus bet issued based on amount of initial losing NBA bet. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms. Thank you very much to DraftKings for the support. By the way, I'm convinced the system that they have in Europe is way better than what we have here in America, and they're trying to replicate it in the NBA, and I don't think it's going to work. But, like, this relegation thing is just fantastic. Could you imagine if they had such a thing in the NBA? It would be incredible. Could you imagine if the Magic were, like, going to be...
To the G League?
Yeah.
You relegate to the G League?
Oh, my God. It's amazing. It's really amazing. Every game counts. Every game matters. And if it's not the relegation stuff, they're fighting for Europe. They're fighting for a tournament next year. They've got it down. Joke's on us over here. Trust me. As a diehard, I know. I have felt it.
Mm-hmm. I trust.
All
but you're right. Crazy games tonight. 3 elimination games. And
insane,
Sacramento
right?
and Golden State.
All 4 of those are just insane. I mean, that is an incredible night. All right. Parlay Pals, back on track.
Are we the Parlay Pals or the Parlay Boys? I've been going with
Parlay
boys now.
Yeah,
I feel like
boys,
Juliana
right?
dubbed us. We have to go.
All right. I'm down.
Update what graphic, Frank?
I don't know.
Parlay Boys, baby.
All right, am I randomizing this thing or what?
Yeah.
Let's do it. How?
I feel like that took a little bit
Every
longer.
time.
Yeah, what is going on with this?
Every time.
Frank, Ariel,
That's
Connor,
fine.
Rick.
We're good.
Frank? So you got UFC. And
There's a lot to choose from.
There's really just UFC, right?
That's it, yeah. Apex card. Nothing for BKFC so far.
I mean,
do they usually put? I feel like have I asked you this?
So I think in some states right now it's on DraftKings, but it won't be available to us in New York.
All right, so I guess it's UFC, bro.
UFC it is.
UFC.
I think I'm gonna put my money in a Swiss bank account and go with Stephanie Egger moneyline.
Wow,
Nice.
was that your best selection yet? I like that. Swiss bank account, Stephanie Eggers from Switzerland.
That's good. A little research.
Yeah.
I'm going with okay. So Stephanie Egger, by the way, is
minus 285.
Minus 285. I just saw it. Where is it? Minus 28. Where did she go? Oh, there it is. Against Irina Alexieva, plus 240. I'm going with Rodolfo Vieira, minus 250 over Cody Brundage, plus 200, straight up.
I'm seeing minus 230, which is a nice play by you. Back to Irina Alexieva.
Yes.
Nicknamed the Russian Ronda.
Wow.
Russian Ronda.
Yeah. Tough to bet against. I am going to head to the alternate totals page where you'll typically find me. Main event, Ricky Simone, Song Yadong, over 1.5, minus 350. Gets us to plus 149. Over to you, Rick.
Yeah, I had 2 here that I liked. The Ricky and Song Yadong over 1.5 was the one. So we're going with the other one. We're going with Quinlan Waters does not go the distance.
Yes. Nice.
Damn. I feel like we just rolled right through that.
I was going to say, I think that was our fastest Parlay Pals to date.
Cha-ching.
I love it. And what do we end up at?
I'm trying to figure that out right now. We're still waiting for Quinlan Waters. Fight doesn't go to a decision to hit it, but I'm going to guess it's going to be like a minus 400 range.
Wow.
So that's going to get us to... Yeah, don't mind me, guys. Just doing the math here. Like a plus 211. We'll be over plus 200 for sure.
Nice.
All right. I like that.
I can live with that too.
All right. What about the rest of your picks?
Yeah. Trying to stay light this week. Tricky card.
Yeah, it's a tough one. This is a trap card, if you ask me. Stay light.
I agree. I think staying light is the name of the game with this one. We will head to the Swiss bank herself, as Frank just mentioned, Stephanie Egger. I will be taking her inside the distance against Irina Alexieva. I don't fully understand this matchmaking. Alexieva has fought 1 time in the last 3 years, and that was in Bellator, where she won a very close decision. She's only 4-1. She's making her UFC debut. I mean, her first 3 wins were against sub 500 featherweights. Now she went down to flyweight, fought an 8-6 flyweight, lost there to Lilia Kazak. Actually went back and watched that full fight. She was in some really bad positions, flattened out in the first round, had a rear naked choke sunk in on her for the last 25 seconds of the fight. Don't know how she survived it. Regardless, Egger comes out looking for finishes. 7 of her 8 professional wins. All of her wins in the UFC have come by finish. I think she's going to get another one here. I like this at plus money since she's such a huge favorite this weekend instead of playing her straight. Next up, if you've been following flyweight unders, which we've been having a continued success in 2023 with, this is going to test the fate This is going to test the fate of the flyweight unders gospel. Charles Johnson, 3 of his 4 have gone to a decision in the UFC. Cody Durden, 3 of his 6 have gone to a decision. Not the most prolific finishers, though. In prior promotions, Charles Johnson does have a ton of knockouts. And I guess we want to get numbers-wise. They have 10 UFC fights combined between them. 4 of them have ended in the first round. So there's definitely a possibility, but I would not be surprised if this one goes to a decision. But we're trusting in the flyweight unders to get it done. I am also playing a point spread for our guy from Atlanta, Cody Durden, plus 3.5. I think he can win one round. If you don't know what point spreads are, you add up the 3 judges' scorecards at the end. So, like, if he lost 29-28 across all 3, he loses by 1 because you're 1-1-1. He loses by 3 total, so he covers that spread. I think he can win one round here. I think this is going to be a very close fight. Charles Johnson, 8 of his fights have gone to a decisions. 4 of them ended by split. He typically fights close, and obviously if Cody Durden gets a finish, that also covers. And for the first time, actually this is the second week, but DraftKings Sportsbook now has point spreads.
Whoa.
One of the first mainstream books that I've seen have it. And like they've set up the 6-pack on their display now, sort of like an NFL game or an NBA game where you see money line, total, point spread. So I think this is pretty cool, actually. I mean, the first book I've seen that's done that. I think it's huge for the MMA betting space. This isn't me, like, I know they're a sponsor of the show, but like this is legitimately a cool thing that they're doing. I think it's a really cool addition. Shout out to my guy John over at DraftKings who made this happen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, you know the actual guy who made this happen?
I had a lengthy discussion with him, John McGrath, last week, and he kind of teased this, and he like threw the idea out, and I was like, I think this would be a fantastic addition. And yeah, he hit me up today and was like, we made it happen. It's done. We now have the 6-pack.
Have we reached a point where DraftKings is like asking for your advice on things? Because I feel like, that's
we had a really nice discussion.
I'm big baller move right there.
I mean, I'm not going to put anything in anyone's mouth, but we had a really nice discussion.
What is going on here?
It was scheduled for 30 minutes. We went an hour. I mean, we had a great back and forth.
Are they enjoying the Parlay Boys? Was that the impetus?
Right. It actually came up. They were like, we love the Parlay Boys. We just have a tough time getting it on the site when it's like a 4-legged, like plus 110. And I was like, I get it. He was like, we're happy to put it on, but like we just can't sell like a 4-legged, like plus 110. But if you guys get it above like plus 200, which we did this week, we're more than happy to put it on the site. He was like, we got the logo and everything ready to go.
Wow. That's cool, incredible. Addition. That was a very rare type of bet back in the day. Yes. Usually only like certain main events and things like that. That's very cool.
Yeah, and they're like going to have it for like every fight now. Unfortunately, not in New York, but they will have it in New Jersey. The New York regulators are very strict. Either way, let's continue here. Short notice for Trey Waters here. He just fought 2 weeks ago. If you're like, man, I recognize Trey Waters' name, it's because, yes, he went viral 2 weeks ago by winning the vacant LFA welterweight title with a huge knockout. I went back and watched that fight. Wasn't really doing a ton. He was pretty inactive throughout the fight. He was definitely losing moments. He got rocked at one point. Eye started swelling up, black eye. He's also huge for the welterweight division. He comes in at 6'5". Now he's got to cut weight twice in the span of 3 weeks, and he's getting a test in a big-time power puncher in Josh Quinlan. Fresh, UFC experience. I'm going to favor him. I will also take a little sprinkle on his knockout prop as well. A lot to ask for Trey Waters here. It would be, you talk about a month of April for this guy. If he can win the vacant LFA welterweight championship and then step in on 6 days' notice against a guy like Josh Quinlan and win that fight as well, because there is a chance. He's got bricks in his hands too that he knocks Josh Quinlan out. You're talking about probably the best month of this dude's life. So if he does win, I would be happy to see that. But I'm going to side with Josh Quinlan in this one. And then to the main event, super close fight. Glad we're still getting this one. Glad it didn't get canceled or anything like that. It was supposed to be the co-main last week. Ricky Simone, Song Yadong. It's so close. Is the wrestling going to work for Ricky? Is Song going to find the power? I couldn't decide on a side. As you know, similar to last week, if you found success with the total, I'm going with the total again. This time I will be taking the over 2.5 minus 150. Kind of dicey. 13 of their 22 fights have gone over this number, so 9 of them have not gotten there. Obviously, they do have finishing capabilities, but they're also tough, man. I know Simone got knocked out by Uriah Faber, who's one of Song's coaches and teammates. Do whatever you want with that information. But it's not like he's chinny. Like, he is a super tough dude. Like, he does have durability. And same with Song. I mean, the only reason that Sandhagen fight even ended was because of how bad that cut was. I think this one is going to be super close. I think they're both going to have success. Ricky with the wrestling, Song on the feet. It'll be back and forth. And I honestly think it probably goes to a decision, but I like this number at minus 150. So that's what I'll be going with in the main event. Then just one parlay, 2 legs. Co-main Caio Barajo back this week. I think it's a favorable matchup for him. Oleksiejczuk, he's got huge power, just not a great ground game, and that's where Caio thrives. Hopefully he can finally get a submission. Feels like I bet him by sub every single time, and it always fails. And then Brundage Vieira, under 2.5. Brundage, aggressive fighter. Vieira, incredible ground game. I don't see that one going the distance, so I got that at minus 131. And that is UFC Apex 72.
By the way, Co-main Caio, is that something you came up with? That's a good name. I like that.
I wish I did. It was actually Jed. 4 straight co-main events for the guy, and then prior to the UFC, he had 4 more co-main events. Like, the guy lives in the co-main spot.
Oh, wow. I like that. Shout out to Jed.
Shout out to No Bets Barred. Tune in if you want a much deeper breakdown of UFC Apex 72.
For sure. All right, that's up right now.
It's up right now.
Okay.
Wherever you get your podcast.
Wherever you get your podcast. Oh, there's full of wires here. Someone actually from the game in Nottingham who worked for Nottingham Forest just called me via FaceTime, but I didn't pick it up because I didn't want to be rude. But he could have been like hanging with the team in the locker room. Just called me. But that's the dedication I have to the program at a relegation, so that's very big news.
We have rules for that.
No, yeah, but this is different. I don't want to be like, I thought someone was going to ask me about Nate Diaz on the nose, but no one did.
Yeah.
And so the latest, obviously, with Nate Diaz, after our show on Monday, New Orleans police issued a warrant for Diaz's arrest on second-degree battery charges. There was an incident on Friday involving Nathan Diaz and Rodney Peterson, who initially a lot of people thought was Logan Paul, not Logan Paul, a man who has dabbled in the world of boxing and grappling, and seems like, a pretty fit guy. Anyway, I got this second angle on Monday night, and it showed like a total like Royal Rumble situation on Bourbon Street. Like, I didn't realize there was that many people fighting. A crazy scene. Anyway, we saw Nate obviously apply the choke, the knee, and then dropped him. And it's the city of New Orleans that issued this warrant for his arrest. Yesterday, Diaz's representative, Zach Rosenfield, issued a statement. Nate's attorney, Walter Becker, can't confirm that Nate has received word of his arrest warrant. Becker has been in contact with the court authorities in New Orleans. Nate's attorney looks forward to presenting all of the facts about the incident to the district attorney, which clearly demonstrate that a trained fighter named Rodney Pearson aggressively pursued Nate with the intention of engaging him. And once doing so, Nate acted entirely in self-defense. No further comment will be made at this time. Obviously, earlier in the night, there was an incident with a water bottle. And so we'll see what happens here. My understanding would be very surprised if the August 5th fight against Jake Paul is in jeopardy as a result of all of this. Obviously, he has to deal with this, and we'll see what are the ramifications, and we'll see if it can be rectified and resolved in short order. My biggest takeaway of all of this is, and I've said this to Nate's team when I was talking to them as well. Like, my takeaway and what I would like to say is Nate is at the point now where he's a multi-million-dollar athlete. He's one of the biggest stars in combat sports. He's a free man. He can go and fight Jake Paul, and he can go and fight Floyd Mayweather and anyone who he wants. I think it is time that Nate has security to protect him, from other people, but also from himself as well, just to avoid these situations, too many of these situations happen for whatever reason. And, usually bad things are avoided, but everyone of his stature, and it's not like it's a weak thing, but you have, you possess a certain level of fame, you need protection. And protection that will stop you from engaging in situations like this, that will get you out of situations like this. It's time. And I know it's not it's not a very street thing, and he's got a big group of guys that hang around him, and sometimes, they get themselves into issues, but it's time. And Nate needs that. He needs like those big dudes that are walking around with Jake and walking around with Floyd, and those guys can fend for themselves, especially like the top level. I mean, even Izzy comes in here. Connor comes in here with massive security. Nate comes in here, he's not coming with security, and he needs that to protect him from situations like this. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know who was right. I don't know who was wrong. But that was my big takeaway, because this happens too often now. Just someone that's going to be like, yo, man, we got to get out of here. You're not going to get close to him. We're not letting this happen. There's too much at stake, and too much can be lost. And so hopefully, everything gets resolved, and there's no serious penalties or repercussions, ramifications. And as of right now, the fight is still on, and they just announced yesterday that there's going to be a press conference on May 9th in Dallas. So it's all moving towards that, and like I said, would be very surprised if it gets canceled, but this is all very avoidable. And I know that guy Peterson, is sort of like a social media guy who's trying to make a name for himself. Why give anyone that? So we'll see what happens. Seems like he's getting a lot of support, both publicly and privately, what I'm told. So we'll see what happens, but just seems like a pain in the butt, to be honest. A massive pain in the butt. So anyway, I thought someone was going to ask me about the Nate situation. Just wanted to talk about it a little bit. Good luck to your Cavaliers this evening.
You don't mean it, but I understand why.
No, well, listen, sure.
I do have a lot of Nick friends who are saying, shout out to Vishal, by the way. I have some Nick friends who are saying they want the Cavs to win. The dicey kind of game they're playing. They want the Cavs to win so that they could come back home to MSG and close it out.
That's not a real fan. That's not a real fan.
No,
I would never root for that. I would never, ever in a million years root for that. Never.
Okay, I'll clip this off and send it to them. I'll make sure.
Are you crazy? Why? Just get it over with. By the way, you suspect that the Bucks are going to hang around. Like, take the break. Get Randall healthy. A couple extra days. What are you talking about?
We just saw this with the Celtics last night, right? Like you gotta stomp on the neck when you got them, and now the Hawks are live as ever.
Live as ever. I'm telling you, man. Just one more. A round 2 home game will be way cooler than a game 6.
Of course. And this is not a championship clincher. Like, just get the win and move on. I've heard people say this. Oh, I want to win at the Garden on Friday. Like, what? What are you talking about?
These scenes outside the Garden, man. These are
incredible,
nuts,
and they're only going to grow. They're only going to grow. And this is 7th Avenue, by the way. Like, we're not outside of the arena in Edmonton here, where there's a plaza. Like, this is 7th freaking Avenue that people are just flooding onto and closing up. It's unbelievable. Great time to be alive. Lots to be excited about. And next week's a pay-per-view week here in
Jersey,
here in this area, the tri-state area. Word on the street is
Newark.
Yeah, Big Joe Pfeiffer in studio next week, guys.
Whoa.
Yeah, how about that?
Nice.
Has a documentary coming out, a screening, a premiere at the American Dream Mall next Thursday.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I might make an appearance myself, a little Q&A with Big Joe.
Look at that. It's all coming together.
It's all coming together. American Dream Mall, by the way. I don't know if you guys have been. Shout out to Erling Haaland scoring the goal without a ponytail. But
he just scored for real?
He just scored again, yeah.
Wow. Again?
Have you guys been at the American Dream?
I've been once.
It's pretty great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is.
Who do you think is...
Malls are... Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You go. I was just going to say, malls are kind of like... Feels like a relic at this point, no?
Yeah.
Like, I barely go anymore. I used to live there when I was a teenager, and now I'm just like... I have to... As an example, there'd have to be a reason to get me to go, and something like this would be a reason to go. But otherwise, I'm like, nah, I'm not going.
It's a fun mall. There's a lot to do.
Yeah.
All right, gents. God bless. Talk to you on Monday. Frankie, everyone in the back, thank you very much. Thanks to everyone for sending in questions. Rick is out. We got to go celebrate. Oh, my God. Ricky Simone, big spot for him against Song Yadong on Saturday at the Apex. We are, we are moving towards Apex Mania. I love that. I'm running with that. Apex Mania. Apex 100. Golly, that is unbelievable. What a scene it will be. It'll be bigger than Etihad Stadium tonight. I mean, they're going to pack it to the rafters over there. Great to see that One Championship is sold out. Its first show in America. That's May 5th. Of course, there's BKFC this Saturday. That, to me, is the big story of the weekend. Eddie Alvarez, Chad Mendez, Luke Rockhold, Platinum Perry. What did Platinum call Rockhold? The Booger Man? You're the Booger Man now. This guy's crazy.
The One Direction.
The One Direction line was great.
Line was a one.
This is what, 12 pounds of gold? Something like that. Oh, there's a scuffle on the pitch right now. That means all kinds of things going on. Thank you very much to all our guests today. Thank you to Salt Papi. What a great spot that was. Thank you to Luke Rockhold, Mike Perry. Thank you to Jared Gordon. Thank you to Chatri Sityodtong. Thanks to all of you for sending in questions. Thanks to moderator Lewis. Thanks to all of them. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I'm going to say this loud because Frank said I was whispering. I say peace. I'm out of here.